imagine you look like when you grew up, you fucking twat? Go to the fucking gym, sort yourself out and get a fucking life. You're nearly 50 years old, you fucking wanker. Fuck me, what a waste. What a fucking waste. Your father would be fucking ashamed of you right now, son. I guarantee it. He's sitting there fucking wanking off how fucking much he hates your fucking head. And I, as your reflection, hate it as well. Because look at it. Look at the state of it. What have you done blaming other people for what you've become? You old man with the fucking grey that you've tried to cover. Everybody knows it's a lie. And then what the fuck is this shit on your head? You look like a fucking egg. Don't even bother trying dressing up. Wear fat clothes. Everyone knows you're fat. Accept it. Be humble about it. Don't fucking go around being all nice looking. People will think you're trying then. And that's the saddest bit about it all, isn't it? You don't want to look like you're trying when you look like a fucking elephant miscarriage. I've been having a bit of a think about this, and I've realised, well, not realised, I'm assuming, I'm guessing that if the hairline came down to, say, about there, hairline, no, not hairline, if the perimeter was cut back down to about here, and the hairpiece was extended all the way, which would have probably meant not cutting the length of the hair system at all, taking the full length all the way from hairline to the back of the system, which is 10 inches from what I understand. 8 by 10 I think is how it goes. Then the hair would fall at the back when I cut it, and I could get it down to say 1.5 inches, and it would sort of be about, you know, fall about there. It would kind of blend with the hair well. I still think that the 1.5 inch all over generally with maybe a 3 inch hairstyle at the front is the ideal setup. Now there are two things I've got to do right now because I don't have any more bleach left to, you know, put scabs all over my forehead with all the fucking aggressive chemicals and scrubbing. I'm going to have to just have a brush forward look. So what I will attempt to do right now is just cut my hair with scissors because it's too late at night to have that fucking hairdryer thing going. In fact, I want to get it out of the way because it takes up 100% of the bench space, and there are 15 other things right here. Get these off as well. I might just go with a 3 inch general haircut now. But first I think I need to C22 my forehead. And given how intensely covered in glue it is here, and a few spots around here, I might just go ahead and spray it instead of spraying a cloth and just scratching it. This fucking thing. Yeah, I don't know how to apply this unless I pour it and dab it, then I'll do that. So this is broken. I need that as the lid for this thing. I'd say the spring is snapped inside or something, I don't know. I'll take a baby wipe and I shall fold it, hence. Then I'll pour this stuff on here. And I'll just try to get as much liquid on there as I can without rubbing it off, so it can sit there and do its work, dissolve the glue. That's one of the great things about poly over lace as well. I'm so glad this is poly instead of lace, by the way. And any fears that I had that I'd feel strangled by the heat retention of this thing not being able to vent, it hasn't been a problem so far. It is winter though, so I haven't had any hot days at all since I've been doing this.
Don't let this stuff dribble down into your eyes. I was just watching Gordon Ramsay on Hot Ones, you know, where they eat chili on chicken. It was very interesting to watch. He doesn't like the spice, the hot burning. I think I might have told you that I was in a play where they made me eat it during a scene where I had a massive monologue. Fucking a real hot red chili. And then I was the first one. I didn't think that was coming. And everyone else apparently knew that their turn was coming. And then in Act 2, there was a guy beside me in the wing saying, "Yo, it's coming, you know what's coming, it's gonna be burning you." Yeah, while I was on stage, he was just whispering this to me while I was sort of, you know, being in the moment. But he knew the audience couldn't hear him. He was funny, troublemaker. Love him. Funny guy. Yeah, that, even from, I'm about a metre away from the mirror, and therefore my reflection is 2 metres away. This is, that's a shocking front hairline, seriously. One day, I wish I could promise you that they will start flipping these units and bleaching the roots, so that the hairs will simply look like they're coming out of your head. But they're Chinese, so I can't promise. I mean, basically the company I've just hired and waited for 3 months to do what I asked them to do, they're now trying to, you know, almost like hold me for ransom, hold my money for ransom. It's not that they haven't already cost me thousands of dollars in wasted time for a potential business venture. They'll never compensate me for that. They're not even apologetic about the delay. And now they're asking for more money to continue. I'm like, just give me a refund and I'll find another company. Yeah. You know that peace and war are not antonyms? I know it seems like that. That peace is the opposite of war. It's not. Peace is the opposite of annihilation, when the bully or the tyrant tramples the innocent. War is the middle ground, where the innocent or their allies defend the victims from the tyrant. Now I know it's always not always tyrant versus innocent, but it often is, right? So war is annihilation, but with defense stopping the annihilation. So now there's defense fighting and offense fighting. Annihilation is simply offensive fighting, and there's no defense. That's not war, that's just annihilation, which is much, much worse than war. If there's going to be an annihilation from a tyrant, you should hope that there's a war to defend the innocent people, so there's not genocide or something, right? So it's almost like if you're opposed to war under all circumstances, then you're happy to see innocent people just get absolutely annihilated and destroyed. Women, children, everyone. Think about that. So with that in mind, I don't feel like I want to take any more shit from anybody. And I've been trodden on a lot by people who have too much power. Unfortunately, when you don't have any power, what are you going to do? So I'm not going to be violent, but I'm not going to object to people who have had enough and resort to violence out of either self-defense or revenge. Either way, I'm happy with it. I'm not opposed to violence. I would rather that the government put in laws so that the violence could be committed by the army or the police on our behalf, to prevent tyrants from stepping on the little people or ruining lives or making people suffer. Say, for example, in the case of just the concept of waiting. If somebody makes you wait for an unnecessary amount of time, they should be penalised or punished, right? So, for example, we know that waiting on hold on the phone doesn't need to happen. The technology exists where it says you are 37th in the queue. If you'd like us to call you back on this number when your time arrives, press 1 now. Well, thank you, we've got your number, we'll call you. Okay, and in approximately 2 hours and 37 minutes. Okay, it's like, all right, so set your alarm for 10 o'clock, whatever, something like that. So you don't have to sit there on the phone for 2 hours and 37 minutes and then it gets redirected and goes beep, dee, 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 and you're going to line up again. And there's no other way to get this problem solved except by talking to them on the phone. Or websites with stupid forms that ask ridiculous questions, and if you don't have that information, you can't move to the next page with the fields in it. No. That should all be punishable. Companies should not be allowed to cut corners to save money by ruining somebody's day. Because later on that day, that person's going to be driving a car angry at how they've been treated. And they're just going to bang into somebody or cut somebody off in traffic or something else. And it will never be traced to the fuckwits who run that company or the person on the phone who didn't give a shit about their job. No. So I am highly opposed to monitoring and tracking of everybody and everything that everybody ever says and does. But there needs to be a middle ground of protection so that the innocent are not mistreated. Peace and war, they're kind of just words when it comes down to the values we can assign to the threshold of suffering that's been caused through maliciousness or greed or thoughtlessness. And by the way, I don't really differentiate anymore between thoughtlessness and maliciousness. If you do something that is just like, I don't care, like if you're juggling chainsaws in a crowd and you haven't made enough space and warned everybody, and somebody gets chainsawed, I think generally speaking that one, I think most people would recognise that person's going to go to jail for a long time. But there needs to be the little things that will cause somebody to have a bad day. And I don't consider a company making you wait for 10 minutes or more on hold or sit you in a waiting room without communication about how long it is until you've got to be next or whatever else. I don't consider that small. I consider that an act of violence. So any violence you commit back to them would simply be, in my opinion, self-defense or vengeance. Doesn't matter, same thing in my mind. If you owe them misery, you should, so that you can wipe your pain on them because they started it. It's the opposite of what Jesus teaches, forgiveness. But I think Jesus was a grumpy bastard, to be honest. He was pretty fucking angry. He didn't walk into that temple that had been converted into a mall and say, how's everyone going? You all having a good time? Enjoy. He smashed the place up, screamed at them to get out. What if they hadn't? He had 12 apostles. Plus he had a bit of sway. He probably could have incited a riot that would have got everyone out. Or he could have just summoned lightning or whatever. Just electrocuted everyone. So, has this been on long enough or too long maybe? Let's see if we can just wipe it off. C22, does it actually work? In my experience, it can, but I never know how long for or all the other stuff. So I've had very mixed results. But there's no alternative that I know about. Okay, so now this has all become unstuck here. You see that? It's all becoming unstuck from the C22 seeping down and up. That was down really solid a second ago. Now it's fucked. And also from the rubbing with the tissue. And just remember these little globs, these little dried out circles of glue, they melt and it just becomes like a glue glob again. It's also why when you sit on the toilet too long, it takes much longer to wipe your ass. Okay, I feel like I'm shedding my beautiful front hairline now. I don't want to shed it. I just want to wait until the bleach arrives and then bleach it. But as we'll see, it's probably worth ditching this hairpiece because there's not much I can do with it. And instead making a long one which is full size, full length, 10 inches, not whatever this is, 9 inches or something. Whatever I do with this, it's going to have to be a brushed forward look. And a brush forward look probably means I'm going to have to keep it like eyebrow length, which is well, let's just make it 3 inches. 3 inches here. I guess 2 inches everywhere else. Could get messy if I don't wet it, I have to wet it. Xanadu. I think I need bigger sideburns to be 70s. Or is that I do 80s? What is Olivia Newton-John like an alien on roller skates? What's the deal with Xanadu? Stubby fucking thing I'm back on. Shit packaging as always. Well done, Walker tape. Gee, that conforms so well when it's long, doesn't it? Has a look at the back. Let me see. God, that's perfect, isn't it? How can I keep it like that 24 hours a day? You better watch your fucking step, brother. You need the Tommy Two Toes. Hmm? Yeah, it's very gangster and perfect. But it's not, you know, it's not a good looking look, it's just perfect hair. Could have some sort of part. It's almost doable if it wasn't for this shitty front hairline. if I could just bring that down a bit. Make that perfect. Still way too flat. Looks just like I look like an accountant or something. Yeah, there's no chance I won't cut this. Is that? What do you think? 4 inches all over. Give me absolute stylized control. Would certainly give me the curtainage I need. When your hair is this long, you have really good binding of the hairs to the skull. And look, well, it does loosen over time, but if it was, you know, sprayed down, it'd be good. Problem is, this is very wet, and that's what she said. But it would deteriorate quickly as it dried. It would frizz out. Yeah, I've got to cut it. All right, I'll I know I'm waiting. It's a disaster waiting to happen. I'm tempted to kind of just leave it at 5 inches, which is what this is. You've also got to take into consideration the people you've seen, because they know you didn't have a 5-inch hairdo last time they saw you, unless you haven't seen them for ages. I've got to drop my car off to the auto electrician at 9 o'clock, so there's probably no chance of sleeping. How'd I go with cleaning up that glue at the front? Seems like I fixed it. That's good. Well done, C22. I'm sorry for being mean to you. It's just the packaging that pissed me off. All right, so it does work. Or should we say thank you to the comb, because the comb really is the one who did all the real work at the end. Thank you, comb. You disgusting thing. So I got a pack of 5 this time, disposable. Not one-use disposable, but you know, when it gunks up, disposable. My last comb was, you know, not bendy like this, was a lot more rigid and big and more expensive, so I didn't feel like throwing it out. But given what we use these combs for, degunkification, they're going to be gross. So you don't ever want to let anyone see your comb that you've been using to get glue out of your hair. 10 pack. Really 10. No, it's just Chinese. They've written 10 pack and there are 5. So, yeah. Now, you might say, well, everything's made in China, but there are people like me who have to be the middlemen, the project managers who oversee what happens. But because I don't have money, they're not going to do what I ask specifically. But if I come to them and send over representatives and so on to do quality control checks, then these bastards can't just cut corners all the time. They will. The moment you stop watching, they'll cut corners, though. You can be sure of that. I'd like to think that, given that they don't really have any compassion So they won't do things out of, out of being nice or because it's the right thing to do. And they don't really have any laws. Then they'll just do it out of fear that they will lose market share if nobody buys their product because it's just so shit. Now a lot of them are making just millions of these things and nobody has ever tried it before, so they'll buy one. And then it's just a bit of a loss. So that's their model. They'll just manufacture something until people stop buying it and then just discard it and move on to some other shit. Still without quality control, without improvements. All faulty and fucked up. And that'll be another $1 billion or whatever for them. Then people complain and complain and complain, then they'll just stop making it. They won't improve it. It'll just stop being made. I do think that China's becoming a wealthier country now, though. So hopefully, rather than taking over the world by force, which they don't need to do because they already own the world now, just worry about money. Just use your greed to create good in the world, given you're not motivated by the other things that people value. Because humans are basically just rodents, it seems. Same as like animals. So Chinese, I've never met a vegetarian Chinese person. I'm sure they exist. I'm sure they were very religious Buddhists and Jainists or something in China who are all about like not hurting living sentient beings and so on. But their track record in general is not good. And they don't seem to care or want to defend their reputation in any way. They don't care. So it's all a numbers game, I guess. That's their mentality. As I've said before, you should complain when things are bad. You should complain that people are starving. You should complain that animals are suffering, and people are suffering, and there's pollution and all the other things. You should complain.
Good morning. This is my third experimental hairpiece since I shaved the horseshoe. What do you think? Did I get it right this time? Boom! May need some modifications.
The sides.
Jeez, I look like a nutter. Hairdresser was really nice, trendy, covered in tattoos, $58. But I had to because I'm not able to have time with all the things that are going on in my life, and I've got an audition now. I've got to go to an audition. I haven't got a car anymore either. It's at the shop. So yeah, I'm glad to have had it cut. Don't know if I'll leave it in this style, but I think it's the right length. About 3 inches at the front, 2 inches all around the back. So he felt like it was well blended. He also put little arches over my ears. Hopefully that's not too weird. And he said this was unnoticeable in his store. That he had really struggled to see the disgusting roots that I always complain about. I'm still going to complain about him though. I think he's wrong. The room was not well lit enough. Look. And this is what it looks like after I've come home from the hairdresser. Fucking terrible. He was so positive and uplifting about it. Was it worth $58 for this professionally trained person to cut my hair? Fuck no. I look shit. And I'm about to go and do a video, a self-tape for my agent, and that's what I look like. So I'm going to go and wet it and style it and try to fix it up. Any haircut looks better when it's styled, so he might as well have done fucking nothing. I just assumed that because he had maximum visibility back here, he's got some sort of blending going on. Is that true, or is he just bullshitting me? $58. The problem is you can't really go shorter, can you? The problem is hair pieces don't land where you want them to. Is that a protrusion? Did he make it equidistant all around? I don't know, maybe not. I can't tell. It's got to be better than what I could have achieved, but fuck, that's a lot of money to be lied to like that. I don't want to walk out of a fucking hairdresser being told, you look great. Like, well, I look better than I walked in because I knew I had a bad hairstyle or length when I walked in. So I want you to make me look as good as I normally would if I had a proper haircut. Is that too much to ask? Apparently it was, because I look like absolute fucking shit. What can I do with this? This kind of locks you in, and then it's so sticky that you're trapped. It's not easy to restyle. Does that look professional to you, that haircut? I'm just gonna use it anyway, because the water is gonna do most of the work here. What length is that in the middle? Did he blend that properly? Is that blending, or is that just 2 inches and then 3 inches everywhere else? I don't trust what he's done here. Well, that's pretty fucked up. I don't trust what he's done at all. I feel like it's probably 5 inches in the middle. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to use a hairbrush. Try and give myself a somehow side part of some sort. This is why I don't go to hairdressers. That's the first hairdresser I've been to for years. They don't do it better than me, and I'm just guessing, and I have no training at all. And yet, even so, I'm able to still manage to give myself, usually, some sort of semblance of a normal hairstyle by the end. Hell of a lump in the middle there. What the hell's going on with that? Is that the crown problem again? Let's see this front section. He said there was no problem whatsoever. Oh my god, it looks like fucking shit. Got some new deliveries. So this is a curler system, much bigger than I expected. It's very hard to tell, with clips and a detachable handle. These are really quite big, probably good size, I hope. These are tiny little condoms, my little knob. No, they are like thumb and finger latex covers. Finger cots to keep glue off, so I don't have to use gloves all the time. And this stuff is epoxy to potentially make a nice, clear, shiny stencil, but I don't think it'll conform to the shape of both my head and the mannequin head, so I don't know how useful that's going to be. It is cool stuff though. That's what happens when I wake up with it. This is the brilliant haircut that Doctor gave me. The Doctor of Hair, the hairdresser. It just looks fake as fuck. Oh, it melts seamlessly, he said. So this is the best I can get, right? Look at the density difference. He doesn't know what he's doing at all, does he? I'm just trying to figure out how this could be solved. If I press down, this doesn't fix it. If I hadn't put hair product in, it probably still would be doing this. And what's going on at the back? This is clearly visible to everyone that I'm wearing a hairpiece now. Every time I lie down, I sit back against a chair, have the wind blow. Go for a lower density hairpiece so that the hairs aren't pushing against each other so much, because this is it's medium density. If they bleach the roots, then maybe they could do medium light. Look at that. It looks so bad. Look where I give better haircuts than the hairdresser. He was actually grabbing it downwards and snipping, down and snipping. I was like, what? Down and snipping? I thought you had to go up and snip. Up, so that it never lands like a scarecrow, which is exactly what the effect is here that he's achieved. It just looks like a scarecrow. How much better does it look when your hair conforms to the shape of your head instead of fucking bouncing up 3 kilometers in the air like Marge Simpson? That's what I have when I just grow my hair naturally, except for the recessions at the front. So blurry. I'm going to see an eye doctor today. That's why I'm out of bed. This is going to be a daily hair maintenance pain in the ass to have to deal with this shit. Look at that. What's that length? What is that length at the back? He said about 2 inches, he said. I don't believe him. 3. It's 3 around the back. If it's 2 there, it's 3 at the back. He didn't. He just went with what he was saying. He didn't put any forethought in. Yeah, fuck him. $58. Fuck. I did a better job on this. He gave no consideration into what was happening. That's the problem. I've said it a million times, you just can't go to a hairdresser when you've got a hairpiece. They just don't know what they're doing. They really don't know what they're doing. Okay, so this is after shower hair. No product. I want to try to avoid any clingy clay type stuff. So I'm going to find out what I've got in stock. Positively medieval, isn't it? That's a terrible fucking looking hairstyle. It's because you cut like that instead of from above, and it doesn't fall gently together. It stays in a clump. Fucking knob. Don't know how old this is. Does this stuff run out? It says the conditioner. I don't trust that it hasn't caked on the top there. Yeah, that is solid. So I'll try to squeeze, maybe I'll just open the lid. Okay, looks still good. Just that needs cleaning. Where's the old gone anyway? The conditioner.
by Paul Mitchell. Exposed hairline, which probably looks fucking like doll's hair. Still glad to be rid of that lump there, and in this hairpiece I don't think I'm having any problem with the crown. It could have been that that first one or that second one just had a big badly stitched clump, and it's not typical, hopefully. That was just bad workmanship on that particular unit, hopefully. Don't know how that's going to dry, but hard to care since I'm in such a hurry. Hairline's still too low, should be up there. Yeah. Which would mean, yeah, the shave zone started too low, which means this hairpiece could be smaller all the way through. I think those guys were right, the commenters. You. Sorry, not sorry, I just don't know what I'm doing. I'll have to experiment. But yeah, because this is so unrealistically low, that needs to be up to look good. That needs to be chopped out, and if that's chopped out, then might as well keep the rest of the hair there instead of chopping it. So instead of making a larger shave zone, I need to be making a smaller shave zone. So I need to begin growing this area back. It's about a month or two, maybe 2 months worth of regrowth now to fix it. You're blurry as hell right now, but I have to wear these glasses, which from that angle, you're in semi-focus as good as it can be. There you're blurry and they're extremely blurry. As you can see, they're just fogging the hell up straight away. Let's see if it continues to fog in another room. Was it just the humid bathroom, or is it the steam coming off my skin? Hard to tell in these conditions. What do you think of these frames? Do they suit my face? I get the feeling they absolutely do not suit me. It's just the selection in this expensive place that I went to at PSM was abysmal. I didn't like any of them. I'm thinking I'd prefer just frameless almost, but they break so easily. These plastic ones though, if you wipe them with alcohol, they dissolve before your very eyes. It's weird. I just bought this thing, which is a USB high-speed fast charging socket, right? It's upside down, of course, because it's made in China, and even when I attach this, that's always up. So they've made all the writing upside down, of course, because they're fucking Chinese. All right, wrong, but still works. Now this and this and this is too much. I've got to constantly turn it on and off. Whereas this thing, which I just purchased, hopefully will do just as good a job as those things without me having to fuck around. That should just plug straight into the lightning connector of my iPhone 11. And I don't have to use all that, and maybe I can send this stuff back maybe. Because it's good for interviews, maybe with 2 people, independent mics. But it's all omnidirectional anyway. It's not like they're cardioid shapes and so on. So hopefully this thing will solve it. Okay, so I've plugged in this microphone now, see? It's just sticking out the base. Hopefully that's just working. Then I come into the other room, let's have a look. Why does my hair always have to look like shit? Okay, so it looks like they've changed the packaging on Schwarzkopf bleach. I've got 3 of those sent to me. The fuses don't fit. That's the box for the other thing. These are finger cots, so I can apply glue easily. These are leave-in curlers, so hopefully I can hold the hair out of my face, maybe, if it's long enough to be held like that. That's the box for that. This is epoxy resin, so I could potentially make a very rigid hair stencil. And this is what I've been waiting for weeks, or it doesn't, not weeks, but I've been trial and erroring all sorts of things. This is a sandbag, right, that hangs
off the back of this for weight purposes. I will not be using this. I will just be using this. This connects straight onto a camera mount, meaning that it can't rotate. The camera mount itself can rotate, but this will not rotate freely from it, hopefully. It also is extendable. At the moment, that's very short. Like that's the maximum distance from where the tip of that ends forwards, but that's got a bit of an extension arm there. It comes with a ball joint with another tripod plate here that I'll connect to whatever needs to connect onto the phone I'm currently holding. Hopefully this microphone's working properly. Okay, so now I'm going to remove this system, which is just a microphone stand I've put into the ceiling mount. I'll pull this out. Maybe I'll leave that connected so I don't have to put the original component back in. And I'll put this on instead. And I'll need to put a ball head up there. So I might harvest that one. That'll go there, that'll stay there, and the rest of the phone holder thing can clip onto the end of that, hopefully without any problems. Okay, so I've removed the extension arm off there. That was a microphone stand, and I'm going to put this 3/8 screw hole onto this 3/8 screw. Despite the fact that this was absolutely rigid when I first installed it, over time it's become a bit annoyingly wobbly up there. I would say the loose point must be where that, what kind of bolt is that called? One of those ones where you can't edit. Fuck, I can't remember what it's called. Anyway, it's loosened over time because it was never made for a lot of robust yanking around. Anyway, I'll just deal with it. It's not because of the microphone part. It's just because that part up there has simply loosened over time. Unfortunately, it's not the same as these ones where you can just bolt into the 5/8 stud and the whole thing can just be affixed like that. I showed you that earlier, hopefully, and if I haven't edited it out because there's hundreds of hours of videos here. Anyway, I'm going to now connect from here to this thing, which should hopefully seat perfectly using that built-in plate, which slides along as well. So this is quite heavy, almost to the point where it seems like I might need to use the sandbag after all. But if I have to use the sandbag, then I definitely will stop using this thing because I don't want a bloody sandbag hovering around somewhere in the middle of my bathroom. Okay, so I've just mounted this here, but there are lots of jiggle points. So this whole thing seems very kind of jiggly now. And this point here where it's screwed on, it feels like it's undoing and the whole thing will fall. So I don't know how to tighten that to a certain point because I rotate this. The base is not rotating and this internal pole is not rotating. I don't know if you're seeing this as clearly as I am, but I can see that notch there is not moving when I rotate this. So now it is. So I need two hands to hold that and rotate this. But I did it before and it still rotated freely. That's stupidly wobbly up there now. I don't think that's to do with the internal pole that I've inserted. It's to do with the upstairs bit, which is not editable. I don't know what the other word for editable is. Adjustable might be a specific way to edit something. Adjustable. It's not tightenable. It's not manipulatable. It's just not editable. Okay. Now looking at this part here, I've got free rotation, which seems to either undo this part so that it's coming off or not, because it rotates freely or not at its own whim, because it's a fucking screw and it just rotates fucking freely until it undoes itself. This thing does move up and down nicely, but that now is a new problem. The sound of that metal banging back and forward, either left and right, up and down in every direction. It's bolted tight with the toggle bolts into the ceiling, so the ceiling's having no problem holding all of that rock solid. After that, it's got a circle coming down which connects to this pole using a what's the name of that pin? I've forgotten what it's called. I could potentially find a tool that will snip it out, and then I can go in hard with 2 bolts instead of just the one, potentially to give it more rigidity. But overall, I just wish that that ceiling mount had have been a 5-inch stud connector so that I could have just put a normal pole onto it. But Neewer doesn't make things like that because they're fucking Chinese. So they make something that's made for a clamp on a desk or a clamp on a ceiling, but no in between or something. In fact, it seems like they used to do that because they were more intelligent, but then consumers came along and we just want something ready. We don't want things that mix and match and that act as components so that we can do what we want. So they make a tripod version of something, or a desk clamp version of something, or a wall mount version of something that has the ability to be a ceiling mount version of something, but they don't mix and match, so nothing actually works. What I've got going on here is probably the best solution I could have built. I'm hoping this does not loosen too much. And that's up as high as it goes unless I cut some more off this, which I could do given that I've now solved the problem of the hole up and down, and that should work really well. Now obviously I need that to rotate down in towards my face, so I'm going to loosen that ball joint and make it come down in a bit. And and I have quite good control. If you can see the knob that's one of the reasons I chose this particular ball mount here, because this is a nice big handle which I can loosen and tighten well. And I only ever need it to just be kind of tense so that it maintains its integrity with friction, right? And same here, I'll be able to adjust the rotational strength using this, and I could always slide this in and out, and with tension I could probably slide in and out without too much trouble as well, which is brilliant. This is exactly the one I wanted. In terms of length, I could obviously push that further back there, which might be a good length, or I can even extend it using this clamp here all the way out to here, which seems pretty dodgy, but it's still holding rigid. So an excellent job of holding. If there is some slight drop motion, I feel confident that I've got all the tightness I need up here to make it hold really well. But I think that's a ridiculous length, but I'm glad it exists. So I'm just going to bring it in for safety purposes in terms of causing less tension on the ceiling mount up there, because obviously once it's got the phone and the little light connected to it, which has massively minimized the weight, by the way, but I'm not sure that these lights are excellent for what they do. The problem being, even if they are bright enough, I've got to keep recharging them. And I do have this charging station right here beside the sink now, so I can continue to recharge them. But are they really bright enough at all anyway in the first place? With this new construction, I might have even been able to put on the big Neewer light, because this new setup seems stronger than ever. This amount of exposed area is probably a bit too long. I could go back and find the component that originally came out of the ceiling, which is this one right here. But then of course if you loosen that ever, that will release the stud and it will the whole thing will just drop out. So I've eliminated that danger by this no longer existing and being replaced by that. But for the rest of you, if you're just going to buy these parts, unless I can find a better ceiling mount, which was great for the first few weeks, first few days maybe, it seems like weeks to me. I don't like that wobbling back and forward, like I want it rock solid, right? Stay, but it's not. It will stay, I think, very well, but it's just nicer not to have any wobble whatsoever. But in terms of friction, I'll put you in there now and we'll see how you go. You gotta be careful when you put the phone inside this mount, because otherwise the volume control is pressed by the clamp that holds the phone in position. It's a real pain that iPhones don't show you the level meter while recording of the audio. And right now I feel like with this construction the way it is, I might want to make it a bit taller because as you can see it's, you know, that far above my head, and I would much rather it be higher. And I can probably achieve that by either one, reinstalling this, which simply requires me to screw this clamp back on, right? Just screw that clamp and just remove the microphone part and then attach everything to this part instead of that, which I might do now, even though it's got this bit that could loosen, right? Because if I loosen that, this whole thing falls out, it's dangerous. But it would be the equivalent of what you would buy if you were just to buy the list of components, because I don't expect any of you to be getting a hacksaw and cutting pieces of microphone stand to pieces to try to build this other system that I had going on that did not have the frictional strength compared to the ball joint in these tripod heads. So what I've got now is the best. One thing I could add here that doesn't exist is a handle, because at the moment I'm going to grab the entire sort of phone construction. Could work well. I'll just put the light on there so you can have some idea of what it will look like with this light. But I have no front visibility except from looking at my reflection in the mirror over there. Okay? And I've just been to an ophthalmologist, I think it's called. It's like an optometrist. Look how nice and smooth this works. This really is as good as I hoped. Unfortunately, I don't know that this isn't rotating itself off as it spins. So I'd have more confidence about that when I put this back in, because it will be clamped in with a D. And so long as that is really tight and you don't move that, and the next one down, well, the next one will not have a clamp at all, it'll just rotate onto that, so we'll be in the same situation either way. No, it won't make any difference. The only difference it would make is it would be immediately higher, because this bit of exposed pole, I won't have to chop that off because this other one by default would end there. It wouldn't be much different though, really. It would be that much different because this all has to stick down underneath it. Well, for that reason I might not bother, but just know that just keep everything tight up the top so it doesn't slip downwards towards your head. Because don't forget, it might not touch your skull, but you need access with your hands and everything else above your head for doing your hair, right? So obviously everything can be chopped higher if you want to. I mean, it's just a matter of removing this, chopping a bit off and sliding things up a bit higher. If your ceiling is lower, you could still make this structure. I'm just trying to make everything things you can click on Amazon, buy it, and just do it easily. The 4 drill holes in the ceiling were not that hard. I took the square thing at the top there and just put a pencil mark for each of the 4 screw holes straight through into drywall or plasterboard, and it's holding because of the toggle bolts pressing downwards for equidistant spacings. I wouldn't want to just do a chin up right now, that would fucking rip the whole ceiling down, but for the amount of weight we're talking about, it's fine. Yeah, I've still got eye drops. Like when I walked back from the eye specialist, I saw rainbows around everything. He said the lenses of my eyes are hardening as I get older. They've been hardening at a faster rate than most people, but it's not unheard of. And I will simply have to just get thicker and thicker glasses until I'm dead. Yeah, I drilled him with questions. I wouldn't let him off the hook until he gave me proper answers. The question about the lens sphincter muscles that stretch and keep the jelly maybe a bit more fluid for a bit longer. He said, yeah, it might work. Look at the horizon, look back at your hand. I said, well, surely this is like push-ups. Look at the horizon, look at my hand, look to the left, right, all these little eye exercises. Because I said, what about looking at screens? I've been like this with a screen. I've been like this with a screen for many years. He said, nah, it's just aging. He did a hip fire test, put drops in, pressed needles into my eyeball and all sorts of shit to do the tests. Right now, these are the strongest lenses I've got, and they're not doing it for me. And they're only like 2 months old since these were like able to let me read, but now they're too weak. And all my other glasses, which cost over $2,000, they're all now obsolete too, because they're multifocal and part of the focal is the reading side of it. So that's fucked now. So none of them work anymore. Like, I'm like this with these now. Without them, I'm underwater. And it's starting to get that way with like reading street signs and so on when I'm driving too. So long distance and short distance are both getting extremely fucked up. How's this new microphone working? Is it good or not? That's what you look like with the microphone built in. Can I make you rotate on the screen easily so you can see your own reflection? What do I do to make that rotate more freely? Can you see what I'm doing here? I don't want to be struggling on my own. Okay, so you can rotate. Okay, so that's the new microphone and the light. Okay, and that. Come back up and face me and see how many laps I can do before the whole thing twists off. And because that's a rare thing that I was doing just then, so it shouldn't be a major problem. Worst comes to worst. If worse comes to worst, is that how it is? That shouldn't happen. Like, look at that. We'll tighten up that ball. Okay. What I'm thinking is, I've got all the weight on one side. See? All the weight is on that side of the pole. I should, just through sheer logic, bring it like that, right? So now it's more stable, okay? I mean, it's designed to hold the sandbag here on the other end. The other thing is, it does give me the ability to use the handle to move you around to see everything properly, more easily. And so long as that ball head over there remains loose enough without causing any issues, I should be able to just friction move you easily enough. But I think I have to rotate that bit and then that bit separate. Yeah, I need to spin you around from that, and then the other bit has to spin around the opposite way. Because otherwise knobs are knocking into each other. It's like a sausage party. No, it's still knocking into itself if I go up too much of an angle. I could still angle you forward with this secondary knob though. My iPhone 11 is almost obsolete. It still uses a lightning connection, which is why I've been buying all these microphones that use lightning. I just want to plug and play. This one is a lapel mic, it's wireless. Now obviously you can get the Rode Wireless Go or the DJI system, but everything I buy is going to be obsolete because when I upgrade my phone, it's probably going to be an iPhone 15, and then everything from that point onwards. And already my iPad is USB-C. USB-C is going to stick around for another 5-10 years probably, and Lightning is on its way out. This actually rattles a little bit inside. I don't know what's going on there. This requires me to charge this and plug multiple things in and go back to the wall to a charging station like this one I've got down here, and just get all this shit charging non-stop. And I really don't want to have to, deal as I move my phone because there's no real handle. I haven't really tweaked all the tension levels on these things. I might have to try to get a refund for that ceiling mount because it's become wobbly at the core source because it's stuck down with a, I don't know what the name of the fucking screw is. It's a permanent push bolt thing that
you have to snap it out. I'd rather not. I'd rather just send it back and say, look, this fucking thing's wobbly all of a sudden. It didn't hold. Anyway, so quickly, I'm just going to test. This is the internal microphone that's built into the iPhone 11. Okay, I don't know if I have to switch the phone off in order for this to become active. I assume as soon as I plug this in without this being activated, there'll be no audio. Just to avoid confusion, these things are not having any bearance on what's being done. So I've taken them out of my ear, they're gone, all right? Figured I wasn't wearing them at all. All right, so internal microphone from the iPhone 11 right now. I'm going to simply plug in this Boya receiver. Then I'm going to turn this on afterwards. Let's see if the recording still continues without interruption, or whether or not I have to stop the recording and press record again in order for it to activate. There's also a switch on here, a blue switch, which is audio noise cancellation, which will change it from blue to green. From what I understand, if I have this thing plugged in, it will disable the audio from the internal part of the microphone, so there'll be no audio recorded at all. So if I see a blue flashing light on this thing, which is what happens when it's not paired yet, I think the audio will be 0. So if I plug this in right now without this thing being turned on, I expect the audio to be muted, and I'll say the alphabet while I'm plugging it in: A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P. The blue light. I turn this on, now the blue light is solid blue. Now, is the audio recording there? Okay, so clipping this on often results in a bending of the t-shirt when the t-shirt's floppy. This t-shirt has enough strength that it's not flopping. Otherwise, what I have to sometimes do is fold the t-shirt down, and then it gives it more stability. Okay, now I'm going to press the audio noise reduction button. Okay, so A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I. I'll keep clicking while I do this. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Going to press the blue button. H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. That is green. External noises should be reduced. I'm just tapping my fingers on the mannequin head. Now I'm going to turn this off, and so it's turning blue instead of green. Did that change things? I'm going to turn it back on again. Green is on, noise reduction is activated. Turning it back on, off, so back to blue. So if this has been recording at all and I haven't just been talking to a muted microphone system, you should get a good comparison. I'm just going to pull it out and see if the audio still records through. This should start flashing blue and red when I pull that out, because there'll be no more receiver, and just see what my voice sounds like. If it's different now that I pull that out and it's now using the internal microphone on the iPhone 11. This is the other one that I purchased. It's got a windsock I'll put over the top of it anyway, just for the hell of it. There's no wind in here, it doesn't matter. I'm going to just plug this in and see if the recording happens. This is no longer activated. I might as well just turn it off. It won't make any difference because it's not hooked up to the receiver anymore because the receiver's been unplugged. Power button requires a few seconds of pressure. Now that needs to be recharged, although it does last for 7 hours. And from memory, compared to the internal microphone on the iPhone 11, compared to that thing, that was really good. Now I'm going to plug in this thing, which from my memory, hopefully it'll continue recording A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Now it's plugged in now, okay? And it's bent facing me. It can't face the other way. It only can face that way or this way, unless I take the whole thing out and flip it and face it that way, because it doesn't flip more than 90 degrees. So what's it like now? Is this even recording? Was there any audio drops during the plugging and unplugging of these devices? Now I'm going to switch back from taking this one out again, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, P, back to internal microphone audio from the iPhone 11. I'm going to go back to this one last time just so you can get it fresh in your mind how this comparison works. I'm going to turn it on in advance. It should be flashing blue and red looking for a signal. I'll plug this in and hopefully the audio will still record while it's happening. It's paired instantly, and despite the fact that I have to keep charging this thing and this thing, I'm not sure if it's the best solution for me because I can't be fucked dealing with handling all these items. Now there is something called the MV88 by Shure, which costs $300 and takes about 4 weeks to deliver from the United States, of course. Which from samples I've seen on the internet is the only microphone that sounds good when vlogging. Like what I do, I vlog, right? Video blogging. I don't know where the word blog came from.
hate the word. Anyway, that's the comparison between these three mics. The internal iPhone 11 microphone. This is in a bathroom, very echoey room, worst audio acoustics you could possibly hope for voice, except for the fact that there's no real noise, there's a bit of wind outside. But just comparing this wireless microphone, $65 from Amazon. This one was $45 from Amazon, plugged straight in. From memory, this is very tinny. This is fairly warm and not too bad. It's the cheapest thing you'll find. I mean, I did see one for $14 though. I mean, the one good thing about this is if I walk away, it shouldn't affect the volume because I'm now out of the room and I'm like around the corner. I don't know how bad line of sight affects the signal strength here. If I have my back to you, blah, 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 whatever. I don't know. How's that work anyway? Does it drop out? If it drops out, does it come back easily or is it forgotten? I don't know. I'll listen back to this, maybe, probably never, but you can watch it and learn the differences. By the way, all of these things I've shown you so far are very cheap. The MV88 by Shure is wired and it plugs directly into Lightning. There's an MV88 Plus, which requires mounting systems and cables, and I fucking do not want any of that shit in my life. I mean, already this is too much energy for me. I've got other things to worry about. I'm constantly picking the phone up, as you know, pulling it around the room, and popping it back in, and I just want to keep going. I don't want to fucking stop and set things up, which is why I built this rig, right? Now, if the microphone was cabled into anything, it'd be fucked. So I just want to be able to put you into a holster of any kind that I want, move you up and down easily and smoothly without any problems, okay? And then pop you back. So wireless charging is an extra piece of bullshit that I don't want to have to deal with, but if it's the only way to get decent audio for a decent price, I might have to be stuck with this system for a while. The other thing is having to deal with this light, having to constantly go and charge it every 2 hours or so and hold this button down for, oh God, how many, 3 seconds. It's just too much of a pain in the ass for me, right? I just don't want to do it. If I wanted permanent power attached to the ceiling and everything else, I would really have to, you know, wire it all up with electricity. And I want to avoid all that kind of stuff and just use batteries, but I don't want to have to charge it often. Aside from that rattling, both this way and that way, is coming from up there where whatever the fuck that connector is called, which has to be ripped out to be solidified. It could even be where the aluminium presses up against the base plate. I'm not sure. It could be if I remove that entire plate and I get behind it, there could be a screw which I can tighten downwards to minimize that wobble, which would mean dismounting it from the ceiling and tightening it back up. Anyway, the squeaking that I just heard, when I move this up and down, where was that coming from? Is it in here? Or is it an internal knocking from the microphone arm that I bolted in there? I don't want that noise. The rest, oh there you go, there's that noise again. Where's that? It could be in here. It's probably in this connection point. And this is not something you would buy because it's not going to be on your list. Because I've obviously ripped open a microphone stand and connected it here. I really don't want to have to pull that down out of the ceiling to tighten some screw that might be on the back of all of that, holding it in. And the weird thing is I don't think it would be a single screw back there, would it be? Because why wouldn't that whole thing not rotate? Like, I'm being pretty forceful, and up there, it's not really rotating, but it is kind of wobbling. So maybe there is a single screw back there that somehow locks it from rotating. I don't know how that works. Oh, okay, yeah, so because that bit there bolts through. So this pole can't rotate in relation to the silver part, but I don't know how the silver part cannot rotate in relation to the black square base plate. I don't know how that's going to work. Okay, so at the moment I'm still recording with this wireless microphone from Boya, $65. But like I said, I don't want to deal with it. So I'm still on the lookout for a decent microphone setup. So in relation to hair stuff, let me just shove this back on in case it's better. The haircut, when it's 3 or whatever inches longer than your base hair, like I said, I want to get rid of the grays and the short back and sides, keep the short back and sides, but I don't think I can have this short back, which is just under an inch, I would think, maybe 0.9 inches if you guys speak with a base 10 number system. Might be difficult for you to understand. Let's say it's 15/16 of an inch. I don't fucking know what 9, we can say 9/10 of an inch. You don't do that, do you? It's got to be 8ths or 16ths or 4ths or shit, 32ths, whatever, 64ths. I don't know how you do it. Anyway, if you calculate what 9 out of 10 equals and make 10 a base 4 number, like what's the closest thing, 40? Let's go, it's 9 times 4. What's that, 36? 36/40ths of an inch. Yeah, sorry, I just find, I am so mean, but you know, you're the ones using imperial systems in the year 2024. It's your fault, not mine. When your hair is 36/40ths of an inch and your other hair is 4 inches or 3 inches, there's going to be some kind of undercut system thing happening. So I kind of do need to grow this out. Now, one of the big concerns for me was that grey hair was not only unsightly, but also wiry and unmanageable. But the dye that I put through this softened it all. So not only did it change the color to get rid of most of the grays there, it also softened the hair so that it wasn't so bristly and it seems a lot more brushable and manageable. Therefore, potentially I could grow it all much longer. Don't squeak. All right. I'm gonna reassemble this. I don't know if I'm gonna remove the whole thing from the ceiling to see if I can tighten that, that square mounting plate so it's not wobbly. But what I could at least do for you is put this part back in so that at least you'll see exactly how it would look if you just bought the components on the Amazon buy list that I'm going to give you in the description below. And then you'll see exactly what it looks like. Unfortunately, the tripod head, have I got another one lying around here? It doesn't look like this is bigger. It's just here if you want to look at it more like that, right? That one there. There's also another one holding you up, which I'm not going to disconnect the phone. I haven't got any hands, right? It's going to connect. This has a 1/4 inch internal converter to convert 3/8 of an inch to 2/8 of an inch, or 1/4 of an inch, if that's easy for you people. And that would easily screw on to this 3/8 of an inch. But I wouldn't even need to do that. I could just take off this double headed. By the way, just think, if all of this, including your phone and lights and everything, were connected to this and you rotated that knob and that just released like that, the whole thing would fall, because you've got to not ever fucking rotate this thing, otherwise that's what's going to happen. Really bad design. But if I did twist it around, you get a 1/4 inch on the other end. So I could put this in. It's got a D-shaped stud, so that if I screw that in, I'm going to get it hard up against the D so it can no longer rotate. This will never rotate. And unfortunately, I don't have a stud. You'd want that bit round so you could rotate freely, but it would never fall. Unfortunately, there is nothing like that in the world, unless you buy lighting connections. and they don't give you the fine detail of strength that tripod heads can give you. And this took a lot of fucking searching, I can tell you. I wish it connected around a round one of these, but I couldn't even find a round-headed stud converter that would go in here that would be D-shaped on the other side. So it would be fucked anyway, because as you went to rotate it, it would clip on the D, and it would have to be loose and wonky on there because it wouldn't be a nice, solid, smooth connection because the D would fuck it. But you need that D to stop it from rotating freely and loosening and falling out. So you'd be fucked either way. You could try to do it sideways and do a downward mount from there using some sort of clamp, or just clamp directly onto this like I did once upon a time, and because the clamp has rubber inserts, it was able to sort of rotate without too much fuss, even disregarding the D problem, because there was enough coverage that the D cutout section would be ignored. But that required a sidewards rather than a seesaw system, which the seesaw system is obviously much, much better. It is the only solution. You don't want to do what I did with my early iterations of this invention. You want the seesaw because it gives you absolute up and down control. It's even better than a surgical dentist light, except for the fact that that bit won't rotate unless I manually do that while I turn. But often I want to just go around the back of my head and go look up and down at it and so on. So I kind of do need to just make sure all the friction points are at the right tightness level, and then I can move around and see everything nicely. And if I did have a handle on this, I could add a handle somehow. It would work really well. So what I've got set up now is probably the best setup I can possibly have, except for the fact that I want to reduce that squeaky noise. I could reduce it by oiling it, but then that would loosen the hold. But one of the things I can do to get more height is to just get a hacksaw and chop that extra bit out there. That bit, I'm going to chop that out so it's shorter. It wouldn't go down as far because the total length only goes to about here, the bottom screw that I made there. And but I don't really need it to go that much lower because the seesaw will do all the raising and lowering that I want anyway. So this can easily be up higher and it won't matter. Plus this has an extension arm so I can get down really low if I want to. Because once I extend this part, look, I can get really low. So it won't be a problem if I want you to see my nose hairs. I really like the system that I got here. This is really good. Just got to tighten some things up and shorten that bit with a hacksaw. When I do chop this bit out, I'm going to take out 70 mils. I don't want the head of this disappearing up in there. I just want it protruding a bit, otherwise there's a risk that it could get stuck up inside here. And this thing probably does lower a little bit as you rotate it as well, so I just don't want that lip to ever get stuck up inside there and cause a problem. And I'll just base it off the measurements I've already made to put these screws here. That was just an arbitrary height, but now it's going to dictate what I do with the rest. Just to make things easier on myself, I'm going to detach this pole. I'm just going to sort that off. How dangerous is that now? I'd say it'll fuck you up. Now it's too loud for me at this time of night to try to get rid of all the pain and suffering that's going to come with this sharpness, because I don't really have a handheld like sander or file. So I'm just going to chuck this in the bin and put this back in the ceiling and leave it sharp, unfortunately. Yeah.
That'd cut you. In the process of reattaching the tripod head to the base of this, that screw is not rotating freely in here. It's clamped in, right? But when I screw this in to there, it gets to a point where it must sit smoothly and not be able to be tightened anymore. And yet, even so, you can see that it's rotating freely. So I don't know what the fuck's going on with that. Why is that rotating freely? None of this is, that's not rotating and that's not rotating. See? You can see the pinch points are rotating, which means I think the screw is stable in there, but somehow this just lets it. I don't know. If I screw it the other way, now it's undoing itself. Look, see? Soon that will just, that's only 3 rotations and then the whole thing's gonna fall off on my head. So I don't know how to fix that. Like I say, we're fucking stuck in the ancient past, and this is the best that engineers have come up with. I don't know why. It's fucking obviously bad. If this hex head is labeled with an identifying number of some sort, my eyesight certainly is not good enough to read it, even with these glasses. So just figure out what that looks like, because that is gonna fit in here, okay? Let's see if it does anything to tighten it. No, it's not even budging. But yeah, it's very minimal now. Whatever I just did, there's no rotation going on when I do that. None at all. It's not very rickety. It's a little bit rickety, but not very bad. The only ricketiness is here that should be completely alleviated once I put this in here. Let's just look for any other wobbles. No, that's solid right now. This bit here, that's the weak point. You can hear it. That's pretty awful there. I'm just going to reassemble this by putting the tripod plate back into there and just tightening that up, locking it. Need to go forward a bit so that the little nibs on either side can't slide out. Okay, and that's fully tight. All right, and then this whole thing, see how that just loosened? See how that's rotating freely like that? And I can't fully tighten it because it just keeps rotating. But it only rotates in one direction like that before it starts to sort of undo in the other direction. Hopefully, whatever that rotation is will most of the time not make it fall out. I hope this isn't too much information for you, but it's necessary. My hairpiece itself, I get a feeling I'm gonna have to regrow an inch there and an inch there over the next few months and shrink the width of my hairpiece. I'm not sure about the back here. When I wake up, it's sticking out weirdly like that. I could grow my hair long back and sides, and that's exactly what I didn't want to accommodate this fucking abomination. Trying to cut it short to try to match short back and sides resulted in absolute anarchy, doormat crap, right? It simply cannot be worn on a human head. Right. We should sort out your own fucking lighting. Look, it's shit. It's a rag. So, am I happy with my current hair the way it is? Fuck this holder. It's gonna be melody for a second here. Okay, am I happy with this? Okay, let's talk about the mounts, right? I started off with blue tack. I
I broke it into 3 pieces and stuck it on the back of the phone and just press it against the mirror. Have I felt this is a significant upgrade to get the suction cup with the phone holder on it? Yes, much better. I love it. Moving up and down is great. Being able to angle down like that. And using an iPad, using a power mirror, which is a fucking shit company, but it does the job. Given that Apple failed to provide any way to mirror between a phone and a fucking tablet. Yes, a power mirror is the only way to do it. And the other ones like Android, Cast, have a massive amount of lag, and you can't press the record button. I can't, so it's impossible for me to broadcast anything that I'm filming like that. So a power mirror is really the only way to broadcast there to the iPad to see the back of your own head. Did I want to lean forward the whole time so I could look down there like that and see the back of my own head like this? No, I fucking did not. I tried using microphone stand and some sort of wall thing that would come out and try to spin around the back of my head and realize my head's in the way of that. Then I used mirror systems, like, you know, holding a mirror here and trying to tilt it and move it around and stuff. I needed more than one hand to get the job done in every case. So if you're still stuck with an old mirror system, at least put it on a fucking stand for yourself, for God's sake. The ultimate answer ended up being up here, like this, okay? I tried using big, powerful lights that would attach nicely. I tried extension arms that would come out perpendicular from the ceiling. I'm totally happy with how well the ceiling's held up in terms of supporting a downward-facing pole. That has been problem-free since the beginning, except for now the bit of jiggle from the pole that's coming out of the ceiling, which potentially could be tightened, or I could send this stuff back for a refund even though I've drilled through it. It came with this base that when you undo this to loosen it a bit, the whole thing drops out, including everything that's clamped to it. It's fucking dangerous. But don't unscrew it and then you're fine, I guess. The magic arm thing that I had, sent it back for a refund. It was like this, and then you loosen that, and then these 2 points plus the middle point flopped around like Gumby until you tightened it again, and it was stuck permanently in one position. Fucking useless. It seemed like the only answer in the beginning because that's all I could find online. It's very hard to find things using keywords from your imagination and hope that that's what the manufacturer used to describe their product. In fact, it's almost never the case. I eventually found that the term boom arm was helpful. Started looking at lighting things. They never told you if it was teeth lock or friction lock. Obviously friction lock is all I want because I want to be able to move it around freely, up and down. Screws were always the problem because everything's connected by a single screw, and the moment you rotate it, it fucking falls off or becomes floppy. I still haven't found the way to completely eliminate screws from everything, but it's much better. I've used, like, for example, this is now mounted, well, it's mounted by a single screw admittedly here, but this does have a rotating pan head, which also allows for you to rotate, depending on how loose this thing is, rotate this thing around in a ball joint as well. And that ball connector allows a lot of smooth movement, which I love, okay? So, fluid head tripods were not the answer. Those 2 degrees of freedom were not enough. I needed 360 degrees plus, you know, what is it, 4 pi r, whatever the calculation for a sphere is. I think it's 4 stadia or something. I don't remember what it's at. But it's not degrees in a 3-dimensional object. It's stadia, I think. They don't use degrees in 3-dimensional objects. Whatever it is, it's not 360. It's not a spherical, but it's at least the bottom, it's semi-spherical. So I get that. And also, if you need to, there's a little groove in every ball head where you can go 90 degrees if you need to, which is what I'm doing here at this end with this ball joint, I had to make sure that that little divot part was facing downwards so that I could come down to here and make sure that, you know, because I'm mostly approximately 90 degrees to myself, but not really here. But I need to go more than what it would allow if this wasn't there, right? That would hit, so I need to be in that groove. Ball joints are unfortunately the only solution, which is fine, so long as they hold and they've got the nice settings of rigidity that you need. Now, in terms of this hairpiece, putting it on, I don't want to go back through it, it's a nightmare. Having all this equipment like a mannequin head stuck here in the bathroom. As soon as I'm finished dealing with all this stuff, I will be putting it into storage with all my other hair kit shit so I can clear out this bathroom completely. This thing, because I will always need to see the back of my own head, I'm not going to be able to paint this white, otherwise it'll fuck up all the joints and connections. What I will do is eventually I'll go up there and I'll take those 4 screws out, the toggle bolts from the ceiling, see what's going on behind it, see if there's a screw that I can really plunge down to stop that wobble from happening. If I can't, I'll buy another one. You've only got a certain amount of time, usually 30 days maybe, to send this back. Even if I put screw holes through it, it's not fit for its purpose because it's wobbling like that. If you can find me another one, if you can help me with any of this stuff, if you can help the community by telling them how you best set up your rear mirror system, do it, and don't do it without providing troubleshooting steps. If you just say, just step 1 is easy, simplest 1, 2, and 3, then I won't believe you and neither will anybody else unless they're a fucking idiot. If you're giving thumbs ups all the way through without any fucking troubleshooting advice, then you don't know what you're fucking talking about. Everything has got problems, every component along here. But this, after you've seen everything that I've gone through and everything that I've done, is the best I could achieve so far. And I've thought that every step along the way. This is the best so far. But this is giving me the seesaw effect, which is vital. And it's giving me the minimum amount of screw release, which fucks everything up. The method of placing a hair system onto a mannequin head. Can you go sideways? No. Fuck, you can't. Okay. Mannequin head, right? When you put a hair system on there, you put a thumbtack, which is a nice, easy to hold, fairly safe pin. You stick it down through the top and you rotate with scissors, sharp ones, as we've seen, to cut it all out. So you can just basically kick the scissors on the spot and just, because of that pivot pin, because of the pivot pin, you can just keep moving the hairpiece around and cut through the line that you've drawn. Now, the line that you've drawn is not best served being drawn with one of these fucking pieces of Japanese shit there. Nor is it used by using this extremely powerful chalk pen which leaks all over the place and creates chalk dust when you cut it out. The best solution I found in the end was going back to the good old just black marker and just tracing out your stencil once you've made that thing, which I still haven't made a good stencil. I admit it. This is still what I'm using here. Still what I'm using. Because, you know, when I press down, it warps around the outside of the hairpiece and whatever. Now, I did buy that epoxy, so it can't warp. But if it doesn't warp, it won't conform from my head shape to the shape of this mannequin head and around the hairpiece nicely. And it'd probably be a bit like a seesaw trying to trace in around the gaps. And then what the fuck's the point of that? I did try cutting out this rubber thing so that it would conform a bit better, but I don't know how well that adjusted. That other fucking one that I made out of, you know, this is the inverse of that thing, that didn't work either. The one with the tape and the Saran wrap, or cling glad wrap, that shrunk. I watched Santa Claus talking about it, and he said if you pull it down tight, it'll shrink. So don't pull it tight.
But how many pascals of stretch am I supposed to apply to it when holding it in position so it won't move around? I don't even fucking know. I thought about using A4 paper. A4 is the international size of paper, if you didn't know. Like sheets that go into a printer. Americans don't use that size, by the way. Everyone else in the world uses A4. Americans use letter size, whatever the fuck that is, probably 29.034411444443 millimeters times whatever else. It's like just centimeters. It's just all weird shit. Everything I have to deal with that's from America, I've got to fucking fluid ounces it in my mind to make sense of what's going on, okay? We all know what a litre of milk looks like. 2 litres of milk, we know how much it weighs. Well, 1 litre of milk is 1 kilogram, 2 litres of milk is 2 kilograms. This is just normal metric stuff that everyone in the world is kind of used to, except the imperial countries. I don't know why you've stuck with it. You're the sort of country that would turn the light switch up to turn it on and put the month after or before the date and then the year at the end. So it goes month, date, year. Anyway, I'm not saying date, month, year is the best. I'm just saying at least you're sequential. You've decided to go from small to large. The ideal thing to do if you're on a computer, you go year, month, day. Then it's always chronological, isn't it? Doesn't matter. But anyway, weird countries, there's no hope for you. Anyway, I've done a lot to try to figure out how to solve these fucking stupid problems all around me. I can now see the back of my head. You saw how cleanly I could shave and get in there. It does take a bit of practice to get ambidextrous enough to aim for things. I also tried these gloves to shield the glue around the hairline when I was applying glue, as opposed to creating a shave zone stencil, which turned out to be pretty fucking hard, and often I got injured or it caused a lot of cutting to my skin using stuff like this, right? In conjunction with a stretch band. Also dyed my hair, got rid of the greys, figured out microphone systems, lighting systems, etc. Is the hairpiece what I like? Do I like this? Well, when I wake up, it's fluffing out all over the place. Fluffing is not something I like. This density is weird. Potentially it would have been improved with a lighter density, but I'm always worried that the roots are visible. I showed you the project I'm working on with a company in China who have cost me 3 months and hundreds of dollars in research and development, and they've just stopped after they failed. I said, just bleach the roots, just stitch brown hairs normally into the poly, flip it over, bleach it, rinse the bleach off, then seal it with the liquid poly at the end like you always do. It's just normal, it'll take you an extra 5 seconds. Right, for the bleaching part. No problem, easy. Instead, they sent me back videos of blonde hair fucking coming out. Is this okay? And then give me a sad face and all that sort of shit. And I said, listen, don't worry, you've done a good job. Now, here's an extra $100 to just encourage you to keep going. I didn't know them extra money at all. I was just going, please don't quit like all the other companies have. This is fucking, what the serious fuck? There's a helicopter going overhead. Just shut up. Anyway, they said $100 isn't enough. I already given them a few $100s for it. They failed to do it. I refused the failed version, so don't even bother sending it to me. I don't want it. What am I going to do? Have a ring of blonde hair all around my fucking hairpiece? I don't want that shit. Just had a shower, got dressed, about to go see my mum at the psychologist, and fuck me, did I ask to look like a fucking egg? Excuse me, barber, can you cut my hair in such a way that I look like a fucking egg from here on up? Fuck me, what a stupid fucking haircut. It's a fucking disgrace. Who gave you your hairdressing license? Fucking Mickey Mouse? I'm gonna do something with this. Because I'm running late, I had 2 sleeping tablets. I'm gonna walk out the door and I look like a fat fucking egg. Right? Gonna fix this. But remember to take the glasses off before this. No matter what I do with my hair, my face wrecks it. So does that hairline. Maybe the beard does too. Seriously, gotta walk out the door, but I'm just gonna give it this a shot straight up. Fuck about. I still look the same, don't I? Well, what was you expecting? Fucking Tom Cruise? Look at you. You look like a melted fucking candle. Go to the gym or fucking eat celery or something, you fat fuck. You're an embarrassment now. Walking about, looking like that, scaring babies. Honestly, let it fall back down so that you look like an egg again. Fucking do something about that fucking hairline. Jesus, do you not have any bleach? Straight lines all running through everything. What's that, a bra? Like that used to fit you loosely. You thought you'd lost weight. Now look at you. Put it right back on, innit? Look at that. Your chin and your neck are one thing now. Fuck me. Seriously, you worry about hair? Look in the fucking mirror once in a while, you fucking jabber. Is this what you fucking imagine you'd look like when you grew up, you fucking twat? Go to the fucking gym, sort yourself out and get a fucking life. You're nearly 50 years old, you fucking wanker. Fuck me, what a waste. What a fucking waste. Your father would be fucking ashamed of you right now, son. I guarantee it. He's sitting there fucking wanking off how fucking much he hates your fucking head. And I, as your reflection, hate it as well. Because look at it. Look at the state of it. What have you done blaming other people for what you've become? You old man with the fucking grey that you've tried to cover. Everybody knows it's a lie. And then what the fuck is this shit on your head? You look like a fucking egg. Don't even bother trying dressing up. Wear fat clothes. Everyone knows you're fat. Accept it. Be humble about it. Don't fucking go around being all nice looking. People will think you're trying then. And that's the saddest bit about it all, isn't it? You don't want to look like you're trying when you look like a fucking elephant miscarriage. I can't see it properly, but check out this mirror. It's like absolute darkness. The great thing is, I don't have to feel paranoid about that bald spot on the back of my head anymore. But look, that is a very black mirror. Deliberately trying to make everyone say, you look good, don't worry. Okay, so we've got the hair curler things to keep the hair out of my glue when it's being placed. I've got the charger with 4 USB-A's, but with more amps than usual. Finger cots, just so you can put them on, less wastage, but less bad for the environment. Or if you're a little dude, you can use them as condoms. Then they've got the Creature liquid latex, which I figured might be useful to create a stencil, but you'd have to paste it around your scalp exactly, or you'd have to draw on ink or something on a, I don't know, and then like cut it out so it's perfect. Then you got this stuff, which is rock hard epoxy. This is plastic that hardens. This would probably be more useful for placing down over your scalp and the mannequin head when you're trying to trace it, but this would be rock solid and a nice bit of plastic to trace. I get the feeling that it potentially could be bendable if you applied this thin enough over the top of, it's non-toxic apparently, but don't get it on your skin. What the fuck? Let's have a look. All right, it does not want, I don't recommend this for you. Don't get it. Don't buy this stuff. It's dangerous for you, okay? That's dangerous. This stuff, what one has this one got? Avoid contact with eyes, facial and body hair. This stuff is made, of course, to be applied directly to the skin.
But if you've got hairy arms like me, it's going to be hard to get out, apparently. That's what it's saying. So this stuff is amazing. Crystal clear. I don't know what I'm going to make with this, but I might make some artwork. Like if I had a photograph or a little flower or something, I might be able to immortalize it if I poured it into a nice shaped cup, and it would just dry, and I'd tip it upside down and it'd be embedded inside this completely clear epoxy stuff, which comes in two parts. You mix them together and then it, you know, reacts. What I really want is the Shure MV88, and I'll get rid of this. It's just too tinny and it clips the audio. No good at all. This is what my hair does if I don't fucking pay attention to it. Like just from resting against a chair. I don't think this would happen if it went all the way down. And then I could probably even go shorter. I don't fucking know. It's very difficult to manage all this. My auntie, I've known her my whole life. Despite everything that just happened to my mom with fucking leukemia. She's in remission, thank fuck. But my auntie, with her liver from alcoholism, she's smashed her spine up. She was actually sober, I think, this time when she fell. She's about 74. She's on her deathbed in hospital right now. She's refused to take sort of tubes down her throat and everything. She's blowing up like a balloon with some sort of gas build-up or something. And she's in palliative care. Palliative care. Put in her own room. Cirrhosis of the liver. There's the death. It's like all liver that does not work. Can't live without a liver. And apparently we don't have the technology to give people an artificial liver. It was basically suicide by alcohol. She's been very depressed. A lot of psychological pain. Over the years. I'm going to see her this morning when I get up. It's fucked. I don't know, it's not something I can sensibly deal with in my mind. I find myself picking at this as I lie in bed, the back. There's remember that glue I didn't quite remove from around the perimeter here? I'm just sort of picking at it. It's lumpy and I want it gone. I managed to transfer the C22 into a new vial with hopefully a working spray, and I'll use the comb to just, after I've waited for this to absorb in a bit, just flick it out. Probably losing some stick back there right now. It's new territory for me, and without setting up the screen, so I won't be able to see what the fuck's going on. But I can't be bothered doing that right now, so I just do it by feel like the rest of you guys do it. I feel that I may be in a spot of bother, old chap. You see, I went behind my own back and tried to remove the glue that was chunked in at the rear. However, let me just flip that. However, as I was grasping at it with this comb here, I feel like I may have torn it badly. Let's rotate you back around here so that I can see the back of my own cranium. There's a bit of glue there, a bit more there. So, oh, I see, there's a big problem up here. Yes, it looks like I've torn it. Not good at all. There's no hold here. Somehow the glue absorbs into hair and it does not stick. But I am intending maybe to go up and regrow this in case I wanted to have a higher for line, a higher hairline up there, which means that the regrowth should go all the way up there potentially. There, I guess. My mission right now is to restabilize this entire zone with glue. I may begin by picking out this bulbous bullshit, but I think it would be very hard for me to actually reapply glue this way round. Unless I tried one of those new finger cots I purchased, which may come in very handy at this point. You should flip it all up in one piece so I have better access, I think. So let's just try to move all that up. And next time, don't dig in with the comb and just tug as hard as I can, because that's most unfortunate. What's going on there? I think I've ripped an entire chunk out potentially. Yes, that's not good at all. Now, I think really the best way is if I put glue on my finger and rub it around. But I don't want to make a big mess, so I will put one of those finger things I bought. Luckily, I think the hair is long enough that this should work to push all the hair forward. Hopefully it'll stay there. Give me full access. Is there any glue in my actual hair? It feels like there's a chunk there just wanting to stick around. I don't like it. These combs that come in packs of 5 or 10 work fine, just fine. But this just won't do it all, old boy. I'm going to go and get the finger cots that I purchased. Oh, you can still hear me as I walk through this part of the house here. Obviously you can't see what I'm doing, but this microphone should continue to beam the transmission clearly into your receptors. You hear that? That's the packaging I'm holding. And this is what it looks like. Finger cots. Ever heard of them? They're condoms for dwarves, really, but I'm going to stick one on my finger and use it to apply glue to the back of my head. Well, I will try. Now, I need to neaten this up a bit. Is that all glued together? No, that's just residual hair gel. Am I going to clear this out? No, I'm going to leave it all where it is, all of it. Look how off-center that is. That should be centered, I would have thought. This is very difficult, but it's not difficult to just rub my finger along there. So I'm going to open this packet here, probably with scissors so it's neater. Why not use a glove rather than one of these? Firstly, I'm hoping, well, it's better for the environment to use less disposable rubber. I guess it's all pretty bad, but I do love the idea of just pulling it off my finger at the end and not being covered in glue. Secondly, these are pretty loose around the finger. Although I did loiter for a long time when I first put that round of glue on. Just snip the corner off this. I wonder about this in sex ed. Alright, that really wants to stay on. Nice. Are you horny, baby? That is an odd sensation. I've also got to take a sleeping tablet because I've got to see my auntie in hospital and pick up my car and get some stuff. I really hope that she'll go out of palliative care and back into treatment and get some kind of longevity, because it's too fucked up. It's just too fucked up. Don't cough for me, sir. It's too difficult to access, this one. I'll just leave this upside down so I can come back to it later. Or I'll leave it sideways on the floor. Try this one. I can't think of a better brush than this. This is pretty fucking good. Unless you want to get really fine detail for hairline stuff, but if you peel it back big enough for this, then it's really easy to aim your own finger. I think I need a bit more fine aim than this finger when it gets to this part though. I don't know how well I can aim the brush. Yeah, this is a lot clumsier to do it this way. And the brush stem gets hair all over these side glues as well. Gets glue all over these side hairs. And now my finger has little bits of glue and stuff all over it as well. I don't want to waste a cot, but finger's perfectly clean. You'll need that bit to stick down nicely at the end. Just going to put an extra bit on the top edge just to make sure I got everything there. The problem is once you've got stickiness, it's harder to slide things along it. Apart from the periscope disconnecting from the silver connector on the ceiling, I'm very happy with this rig. The light could afford to be something that doesn't ever run out of batteries though, or doesn't run out as quickly of batteries. The brightness seems sufficient. The light is one of these. Guess I don't need this plugged in anymore. So I'll re-plug in all this stuff. I don't really like this whole tangly mess. It's a pity that this microphone is so shit. This is the Boya mic. But these are Boya, like the one I'm wearing right now is a Boya mic. This has much better sound than this one did, remember? This is really tinny and loud and clippy. This one is pretty warm sounding. It's got some nice basses and mids. That's just 100% treble. So I could continue to use this thing. I mean, it does allow me to walk around the house and leave the camera here and I can still continue to talk to you. I don't know if that's much of a benefit. But that is not enough to make me want to stick with a wireless system where I've got to plug something in there, then charge this, clip this to myself, everything. I'd much rather have a little shotgun sticking out of the base of the phone. And I think it's called the Shure MV88. $300 for that microphone that just plugs into the bottom of an iPhone 11. That's a significant amount of money. And like I say, if I upgrade my phone soon, I'll get one that uses USB-C, not Lightning. And so that will make whatever I buy that plugs into the base of this phone obsolete almost instantaneously, and it'll be a big waste of money. Luckily, I think I found a second-hand one for sale for $70 that is supposedly in new condition. And I can imagine with everybody moving away from Lightning, that would bring down the prices of second-hand Lightning adapter parts, even if that microphone is in good condition. So I can kind of trust that it would work. It's also not the sort of thing, unless you were a full-time YouTuber, that you'd be messing around with all the time. Unless he snapped it or it's got an internal intermittent fault that I won't find out until a couple of weeks after I've bought the thing, and then it'll be too late to go back to the guy. But I'm willing to risk it. It's a bit of a drive from here, but to save $230, and he'll probably negotiate down to 60 or whatever. But 70 is a fair price for something that's $300 brand new. Now, they did get released about 5 years ago though. They're still $300 though, which is criminal, but the sound quality on the Shure, I think it's MV88. The MV88 Plus requires cables and fixtures and things, so I don't want that one, I want the older one. But when I heard the audio comparison on videos on YouTube, the MV88 just blew everything else out of the water. I don't mind the audio quality on this one as well. Compared to the iPhone audio, it's much better. And also compared to this one, it's much better. But I like the small, click in, ready to go aspect to this one. And for what I do, which is pretty much always either facing the camera or behind the camera, and I could just flick it around, except this one doesn't rotate more than 90. I'd have to unplug it and then put it back in and do that. The other one doesn't, it goes 180. So that will be ideal for me. It's cumbersome though. Like I can't put my phone in a charging, everything I do with my phone is just wireless charging. So a wireless charging mount will not hold my phone. But the way I've got this thing set up, see, that will easily, whatever I want, can just easily protrude out this side of it, no problem. So I'll sit and watch this movie and take some sleeping tablets and then stick this down. Hopefully I'll remember to do that before I put my head down on the pillow and go to sleep. Which might take, I probably won't sleep tonight. But I still have to visit my auntie. I saw her 2 days ago. She was in hospital with extreme back pain and going through massive withdrawals on Valium. I don't know if the morphine is even working for her as painkillers because her liver's fucked and it might not digest into her system. It's so fucked up, it's too fucked up. Then I've got, of course, the people around her. My mum, her sister, my uncle. I just spoke to him for 3 hours. He's my best friend. I love him. That's his sister too. And that's her children. Her daughter, my cousin, is pregnant. It's awful, everything. I just woke up to some phone calls. My auntie died this morning, a couple of hours ago. I'm going to go and pick up my car from the auto electrician. I guess I could drive over to the hospital. I was planning on spending the night with the family over there, but I think it's just immediate family. So I didn't cry. She's it's always surreal to me when a family member dies. I always think I've got to tell so and so about this, but then you can't because they're dead. Yeah. permanent holiday. They've gone away. I guess you just get more and more used to it as you get older, I guess. I wonder if I'll cry when the worst happens, when my mum dies. She has leukemia. I just spoke to my mum. I just spoke to her just then. She's just leaving the hospital now and going to get chemotherapy at another hospital. My cousins are there around her now. On the hair front, as I sit there on the couch, I'm speaking to relatives about everything that's happening, and they're supposed to be my disabled auntie's birthday party tomorrow. I don't know if the party's going to go ahead, because I don't know. I don't think she's been told yet. I think she would understand what it means. And there's my uncle, who's estranged from some people in the family. I still get along with him. He's my best friend. He's devastated. My mum's matter of fact about it at the moment. She's relieved. My auntie was very depressed and an alcoholic, and yeah, she had cirrhosis, but in the end, she got some bloating in the stomach that killed her. So I get this feeling, right, that the hairline here will force the hair out and up like that, and it can never conform to my skull from what I'm seeing, but it's not the worst of it. I mean, it's a bad thing that could be solved by making the hairpiece longer down to there, which means the hair would sort of fall, but it could maybe even stick out there as well. But that seems like almost a hairstyle. Maybe if it stuck out back down there. In terms of this front weirdness, I think a lot of that is caused by this hairline, the front edging being too low there and there, or maybe too dense, or the way he cut it, or maybe the density of the hair in general. But like I say, until we can solve the problem of bleach roots, it's not going to be feasible to have medium light density. But this weird chunk here, it just looks silly. It's been a few days since I dyed my greys. I don't know how often I have to do that. I feel like it's a really, really bad haircut. $58. Like, it feels like that there should be the length, as you can see there. But hairpieces don't behave like normal hair, do they? I'm waiting to hear back about my car so I can go pick it up and drive it over and visit family members. I don't know if I've got enough time to go and see her body in the hospital. I've got a relative calling, I've got to go. This is a test on the MV88 microphone. Testing 1, 2. I'm going to remove this microphone now while I'm recording. Back out, and you can, yeah, I think it stops recording when this comes in and out. Like, you have to choose before you start recording. I ended up getting this Shaw microphone. It's an MV88. from all the tests I saw on the internet, it's high quality. It doesn't rotate 180, it only rotates 90. Hopefully it'll stay. That feels a bit loose, but it looks tightenable. Unfortunately, this has to be flush up against the base of the phone, so I'm gonna have to cut out the base of my phone case for it to even fit into the bottom of my phone. So I'm gonna have to modify this by cutting out the base. I cut this much out of the base. Hopefully that's gonna be enough to hold the phone case onto my phone. I just look like a fucking nerd. This hair's just terrible. The glasses aren't helping. You could say it's a terrible haircut, but cutting this hair at all leads to massive problems. I'm using the new MV88 microphone. This is really just a microphone test while I sit here on the dunny. My auntie died today. The family's getting together tomorrow. Life goes on. It's a shock. I spoke to her often. So it's going to change a lot of people's lives, especially my cousins. My mum, I mean, she's never known anyone longer. She's the longest remaining survivor from my mum's life. Shocking. I can't believe it. Like, I'm always talking to Kerry about her fears about dying and stuff because of, you know, she's got cirrhosis. But there's nothing left to talk about. I saw her in hospital a couple of days ago. She was smiling and holding my hand, and it was yeah. Anyway, it doesn't involve you, but I tell you everything. The hair company who was making my other hairpiece, I don't know if I've told you, but they've just stopped responding. They owe me money. They made a failed hairpiece, which was blonde all the way around. It was supposed to just do the roots, right? But they fucked it up completely because they're incompetent dickheads. So I might have to go through PayPal dispute process to get my money back from them. Also, I sent them back another piece which had absolutely unbleached roots, and it was just shocking. So they owe me about $500-600. Or Australian, maybe about $800. I'm going to get it back from them, even if I have to fucking spend $10,000 flying to China to wring it out of them. I'm sick of this shit. I just got ripped off today. My car, I left it at an auto electrician. He'd removed a fuse. So this parasitic drain that makes me have to jump start my car every day. Yep, fixed it. Well, now where's my rear vision? Where's my rear camera? Why can't I see any of the data information on my dashboard anymore? Oh, because when the fuse is out, you can't see that. Yeah, I know. I've removed that fuse before to sort of try to troubleshoot where the wires lead to and so on. I figured I might need to go and see maybe an auto electrician. He said, no, man, your stereo's fucked. You're going to have to go to an audio specialist. I said, I drove around without that radio in the car for about 2 weeks. I still had to jump start the car every day. It didn't make any difference at all. There's nothing wrong with that radio. He said, oh, I don't know what to tell you. It's difficult because it's an import. So $330 he wanted. I said, look, just take $250. I've got to go and see my family now. I need a shotgun, a sawn-off shotgun. That's what I fucking need. My auntie didn't deserve to die, but some of these other cunts do. As I was coming in to try to park my car out the front, some lady had parked, taking up 2 spots. There are only about 5 spots in the whole street. She's taken up 2 of them. And she was getting out of the car. I was like, what? You're in the car? Move the fucking thing. I said, excuse me, do you mind moving forward a bit because I can't fit? He's like, oh my God, like another asshole asking me to move my car, whatever. And she did, thank God. I'd already parked down the street because I'm going to be fucked waiting for the bitch. Cunts everywhere. Yeah. You're making the world a worse place. Why should I let you live? God. I just wish I looked respectable when I fucking yelled at them, and I can't do it with this fucking hair. A bald head would probably get respect, actually, if I wasn't fat. I sent all my other stuff back for a refund, but this one I didn't. So I might see if it's better than those other little lights that attach to my phone. Compared to the Niwa rig, this is not as bright. But compared to the little light, it's brighter. And my new ceiling mount is much stronger. So I just want to investigate how I would power this if I want to just constant recharge it. I don't want to have to unscrew it from the wall. It does come with a very short USB-C, but I've got a whole bunch of long ones. So if I do mount this up on the roof, on the ceiling, I'll just run a long USB-C cable to it when I'm not in the bathroom. I'm sick of these things hanging out of the wall like this. I mean, I guess I don't mind that. And I could have a cable that runs all the way up to the light, and I'll just unhook it. That should give me a few hours, maybe 2 hours of charge. But the problem is, I film for way more than 2 hours at a time. When that happens, I guess I could just use one of these extra little lights if I need to. I'll also be losing the capability of this little pivot area, but I don't know if it's necessary. I don't know. So you're now mounted inside the Alanzi mount. Definitely a bigger handle for me to grab. And yeah, I don't see any disadvantage to this. It's definitely better than this one. They both have that massively, you gotta hold the button down for ages problem. But as you can see, one's brighter. Alanzi does allow you to change the dimness level like this. And the color temperature is just 3 settings: warm, cool, and mixed. And then you gotta hold it down to turn it off. It actually hurts your finger to press it. Look at the indentation. This one has a dial for dimness like that, and a dial for cool and warm and mixed. And this mount that I've got from the ceiling easily accommodates it. It's 100% friction and it stays exactly where I place it. The only wobble is, like I said, right up there on the top part of the ceiling. And there's a potential problem, which I don't think is majorly a problem anymore because I've got a really smooth pan looseness to that top ball head. I don't think that's going to fall off. I'm now going to extend the reach of this arm to see if that's a problem. I might just loosen that a bit actually. So you are now at the longest before I start extending the arm out really far. But I wouldn't put that much pressure on because there's no counterbalance at all and there's a lot of weight on the ceiling when I do that. I think it would hold if I tighten that though. Oh, that would be the ball thing. I wouldn't ever really want to have it out this far just for, unless I had a really rock solid ceiling support. So there is good. I can tighten that ball connection hopefully and it won't seep at all. Well, it wasn't before. Yeah, okay, there you go. So the great thing about balls, rather than like tripod heads, like fluid heads, is that you can totally loosen everything and sort of tighten things so that the friction allows you to just move it and it stays. This is a better setup. I prefer having this light. Now the problem is with this light is power. I will want to tighten that top connection. I might have to dismantle it. So power, this takes USB-C in a diagonal area down here somewhere. Hopefully not up top. No, yeah, it is up on top because I've had to flip the whole thing because this mount was never designed to hang from a ceiling. So the way you're filming is upside down in relation to where the light would normally be. So I'm not left-handed, but I have to use my left hand to control the switches, right? It would have been nicer to have them on this side, but the underside of the top of this newer light is actually just a cold shoe mount, so I couldn't mount it on this with that. But yeah, so long as I run a USB-C cable, I'm always able to see clearly how many bars out of 4 the battery level's at. This is a heavier light, it's probably 1 kilogram, which weighs as much as a litre of milk. It's all just hanging sideways off the ceiling, but it's working fine. I don't know that I'm bright enough though. Is that chocolate? Alexa, turn off the light. Alexa, turn off the bathroom light. And there's that light, and now there's this light. So if I turn off you, it's hard to find the power button. It's really bad design. It's at the top. Okay, that's no light. And I just bring this one. There's this little light here. Alexa, turn off the bathroom. Alexa, turn off the bathroom. Okay, so we can't really trust iPhone's exposure levels because it just does what it wants. And now I'll turn that off. Alexa, turn off the bathroom. Alexa, turn off the bathroom. Okay, I'm in darkness now. There's only like ambient. No, fuck, you can't move in this room. Alexa, turn off the bathroom. Okay, so that's your Lanzi, and so that's giving me an all around my face, should be. Oh, actually the camera's over here, I keep forgetting. The center is not your center. The center of the phone is here. You're there, whatever. I had to remove the circular sticker off the iPhone because face detection stopped working, because there are sensors up and down of the camera which need to scan my face. Which means I couldn't unlock my phone without fucking typing the code. Every time I go to pay for something using Pay ID, I had to take it away, fail the Face ID, and just type in the code. And by the time I got back to the FPOS machine, it was timed out and I had to fucking hold everybody up in the line. So I've just put a little white sticker to the right of the camera. Now, the best thing I think I could probably do is get a tape. Fuck, why aren't I even using the new microphone for this? I wasn't planning on filming. Let me just go get it. Now there is a filming app that goes with this Shure microphone. This is an MV88 microphone. And it is a massive bass. And it's not even centered, see? So I had to cut out the entire base of my phone case so that could actually shove in. And it's not even centered. I can't actually put it in while the Lanzi light is holding it. I have to take the phone out or slide it across maybe. I don't know. There is an app that came with this Shure mic. I can't remember what the name of the app was, but it doesn't say the name Shure anywhere, but it is made by Shure. Just a bad naming convention. I'm gonna click it in now and see what happens. I don't know if it's kicked in automatically now or if I have to stop the tape, which is what I'm going to do now, just in case, because I don't want to miss stuff. Okay, so I've started recording a second time. I'm not using the Shure app for this microphone. I'm just using the iPhone camera app for it. And that pushes the camera even further across in the Lanzi holder. So you're almost touching here. And then the microphone's almost touching the other side. I had to go and do a whole bunch of settings with this Lanzi microphone when I first got it in an app, and I don't know whether those settings will be remembered and applied to just using the conventional iPhone inbuilt camera app, which is what I always use. What I found when I did use that other app, which was great, was I could see the levels of the audio. It also showed me a waveform developing along the bottom of the filming screen and allowed me to zoom in as well. So I probably will go to that just for the sake so I can zoom in and out easily. Gives me some extra information on the screen as well, which is much more useful than the iPhone. It also eliminates my need to fucking worry about that Filmic Pro ripoff since that company decided to become greedy. This definitely isn't lighting me properly. It probably would if this light wasn't overpowering and causing the automatic exposure settings of the iPhone camera app to do whatever it wants. One thing about this big beefy lighting rig is that it is kind of blocking my view of the mirror a little bit, and it's very heavy, so it's now pulling itself down unless I try to tighten that screw that's on the ball that's rotating now and pulling you down. But it's, I don't know, when it tilts and all the other thing. Being lightweight does solve a lot of problems. I may get sick of this Ulanzi setup completely, especially given that if I don't remember to plug it in, there's no backup, and this will certainly not fit inside its current holder. I'd have to rip off this entire thing and reinstall this thing so I can put this on the light and hang it off the whole end of everything. I'd have to unscrew it all and start again each time if I never remembered to charge this. With the Niwa, you just pull out a battery and then you take it to a bank of batteries that are always charging, take one off that and just swap it. It's instant. This one, you gotta fucking sit there and wait, or just stop filming for a few hours. But like I said, I film for hours at a time, hours. And so this could be a problem. Yeah. Anyway, hopefully this microphone is good. I just ordered a few more products from Amazon. I can't tell you enough how great the fast delivery is. There's nothing competing with it anywhere in Australia. Amazon has their own fleet of drivers. They don't even worry about the postal service. They just do it themselves. It's fucking amazing. So, yeah, bad day for me. My auntie died. I'll be going to her family's house tomorrow. So the Ulanzi light is charging, but it's in the most awkward spot imaginable. And I've got a really stupidly long USB-C cable. This is a 4.4 amp power adapter, so that should be fairly fast to charge it. But I'll definitely try to find something shorter than that. And also I wouldn't store this like that for when people came to use the bathroom. I would move the whole thing kind of out of the way probably, so I could go with an even shorter one. I'm gonna clean this place up. I've got to do something about this bloody haircut. Look what he's done. 4-inch hair up here, 2-inch hair here, 3-inch hair here. It's fucking weird as shit. No wonder it sticks up every day and it's too buffy. Though I had that problem both times I tried to cut it as well. But I didn't leave 4-inch hairs back here and 2-inch hairs over here. That's just really, really weird. It's just, I've got a few theories. One, the haircut's just bad. Although I know that's not exactly true. V-loops and all hairpieces tend to stick straight up until the weight of the hair leans them. So first inch and a half is straight up. Secondly, density too thick, but those doll's hairlines, they're all through. You can't have medium light density until the factory bleaches before they seal it. And they're not. No company's doing that. I just paid one company a fortune. I'm currently in dispute with them because they fucked it up. It's the most basic thing in the world and it's obvious, and they couldn't do it, and they fucked it up. And the whole rim is just blonde, about 2 inches long, ridiculous, and all through underneath. It's got it's got an area for lace. They didn't bleach that at all. No, fucking idiots. It's been a few days since my auntie died. And this is what my hair currently looks like. Probably the worst haircut I've ever had. This was done by a professional hairdresser, years of experience. He was pulling down and cutting that way, instead of going up and cutting that way, which I've always said is wrong. Not that I'm a hairdresser, but it seemed that it was wrong, and most of the other hairdressers don't do it that way. And it has resulted in a scarecrow hair here. The hair back in the middle of my head is longer than the hair on my fringe. So, what the fuck was that guy doing? I'm not using the new microphone. I'm also using the Ulanzi Big Light, which is causing some wobble because of the weight, and also it's got a really hard fastener where the phone lives. So I'm thinking about just going back to just a phone which is lightweight. Also, because of the facial recognition not working on my phone, I had to remove the entire circle out from the phone and just put a little arrow there, which is not as easy for me to just instantly find you with the camera. So what I might do is buy a phone cover with a little circle, and at least the topography of the screen protector will allow me to see where there's a little circle cut out. And hopefully that will give me enough of a cue, if there's not too much bright light in my face, to see exactly where you are at any given moment. This whole ceiling structure works very well, except there's some wobble up there that I'd like to eliminate, but it will require me to pull out the toggle bolts and everything else. There's something else. You never know what time it is, and I often don't either in this room, because my phone and my iPad are always kind of in use when I'm in here, which is usually a while ago. The time, I do have a watch, but I don't wear it often. I want that clock back, and I did go and buy one to replace it. It was expensive. This is the Cadams clock. It tells you the date and day of the week and temperature and humidity level as well. Hopefully it came with some batteries. No. But it only takes one AA battery. But I get the feeling this type of display uses the least amount of power, which is why I bought it, because I don't have to. There are some others that require batteries and charging, USB charging, all sorts of stuff, but one AA battery for this type of LED screen should last months. Instructions and some cards and stuff in there. Now, my biggest audience on this channel is USA. Second biggest is UK. Third biggest, I have to look that up. This is not on, that's just a display cover, I think. No, it's a sticker. That's the blister pack cover. I know about blister pack terminology because I used to sell stuff on Amazon. Back. Important notice. Shelf and table stand securely stored inside suction cup lid. Oh, that is important. Stop the presses. This is exactly the same as the old one I had. It was about $45, maybe $65. Very expensive. There's the stand they were talking about. Now in here, battery cover. It's good that they didn't include a battery for the sake of the company who wants to be selling these things and leaving these things in storage for months and months, because the batteries would degrade on their own over time. Which would save them money and prevent leakages, and there's also a lot of more laws about devices that contain batteries. So I'm just going to get a new battery. Got it. No, you have to take off the back lid before you can set everything, so hopefully I'll keep this little bit intact in case it doesn't work properly, but I think it will. Alexa, what time is it?
It's 8:38 p.m.
Okay, so I just held down the set button. English, good. What do you reckon the enter button is? Yes. English, yes. German, English. Okay. Now time. Oh, the year, that's the year. 2024. I'll press that button. Okay, date, then month. That's the way I want it. But you're mostly American, aren't you? You won't know what's going on. But I want to teach you. So it's going to be date, month. All right, so 27th today. Alexa, what date is it?
It's Monday, July 29th, 2024 in Melbourne.
So July is the 7th month. And the date is the 29th. Yeah. Alexa, what's the date today? Alexa, what is the date? Alexa, what is the day?
It's Monday, the 29th of July.
I didn't know it was Monday. It's Monday. I don't know what day it is most days. Okay, obviously I'm not able to change the temperature on the humidity level. By the way, there's been no shower or water usage in this room all day for the last, I don't know, 16 hours at least. And the humidity level is 70% in this room. That seems high, doesn't it? Certainly uncomfortable and muggy in here. 20 degrees, 20.3, so it's the 29th of the 7th. Okay, that's how we do dates. Date, month, year. That's done. Right, I'm going to put this in the back. Feels pretty secure. Now you get some idea of what's going on. Except that's not the time. At least the suction cup is already positioned. Alexa, what time is it?
It's 8:41 p.m. How do I choose 24 hours? There, just a single press. It's got a dedicated 24-hour, 12-hour button. Nice. Well, that's good. That's another check. I do feel a little bit of glory from having that completed. I think one of my Airbnb, the first Airbnb guest I had, stole my other one. So I'm going to leave this box in good condition, all its packaging in good condition, until I decide that this is a permanent part of my life. Just in case I do need to send it back. I probably won't. I don't know if I showed you all this stuff. These are massive pillows. I didn't realise they would take up 90% of my apartment building. They come with clips and a detachable handle. Also, I got epoxy resin and silicone liquid latex. That's liquid latex on the front there, the creature stuff, and that's epoxy resin, which hardens to be hardened plastic. I don't think hardened plastic is a good idea for a stencil, but liquid latex might be, given how well this thing tends to kind of work, and if you were careful with it, you could trace this on the mannequin head, right? This is the top of the hairstylist's cap. If this was the right size stencil, it probably would be good because it can conform to the shape of any head and any mannequin head, so it's got flex to it. This type of thing does not flex enough to be able to work on a mannequin head and a human head because it has massive air gaps and you can never trust the external parameters of the perimeter. Now let's look at this thing. It should be illegal to make such a loud fucking bag. And don't put chips in there because people want to take it into the cinema. Although I guess it's a bit crunchy. That's why popcorn is so quiet, I think. Right. That's what one of these things looks like. Release button. I guess that goes in there with this hexagonal shape and this hexagonal hole with a little grippy bit, which I assume is released and snared by a spring. And it doesn't want to push down on its own. What does? You can whack it. But it would have been easier for you to press the button and press. Oh, that hurts. Gee, it's hard to get out. Okay. I'm going to press the button this time and see if it falls in easily. The weight is not sufficient, so press it down and then release, and now it's internally locked. And it can't rotate because of the hexagonal connector. So that's common sense, that's good. Now, what I would do with these things is when the hairpiece, or hair system or whatever, probably more the hairpiece is sitting, I could do that and maybe, oh that hurts, hopefully it'll hold the hair up. And I would lock it in position with one of these clamps. I've got to say it was pretty awkward to hold. But once I could curl up the side of the hair piece, I could then potentially clamp the hair down like that, and hopefully that would just lock it. And so hopefully these things are not too heavy, though they are heavy. Too heavy, to be honest. And removing this thing, the handle, should be seamless, so it doesn't fuck up all what I'm doing here. And there should have been a grippy bit for my fingers to grab the other end. So that's not really great. This is metal, which is good for styling because you can run a hairdryer through it and it won't melt. And all these bits here are, they're probably plastic, but hardened plastic that are okay for this plastic too. But I'd say they don't melt with a hairdryer very easily. So, and this is awkward to grip because I'm squeezing it really hard now, but it's not doing anything. And then just finally, once I reach a certain threshold, then it does it, but it feels like it's going to fall out of my hand. And it's all fucking awkward. Yeah, I might send this back. Unless I find a really good use for it. I'm just going to clamp this back on with the rest just in case I'm going to send it back, because this was just a guess and I won't know if it's useful to me until next time I put on a fresh hairpiece, because I want to lower the whole thing down without the hairs getting in the way. But a better solution than that would be to pre-cut the hair before I put it on my head, at least to the extent that it's not so long that it's blocking my complete view. However, it will always waterfall over every edge and block my visibility. And longer hair would be easier to keep out of the way than shorter hair, which also could get stuck underneath when placing it. One other thing I know a lot of you would be happy about, but I'm not really that happy, is I bought some of these. These are called Ultra Hold Minis, and they are tape. Now, in order to open this, I would have to break the package open. No, I can open it like that. But this isn't something I would ever send back, because it's the sort of thing, if I open it, it's ruining it for the next person, so I wouldn't do that. this, because I'm sweating in this room, heaps, it is 20.4 degrees inside the internal thermometer on this clock. So if I ask Alexa what the temperature is, she'll tell me whatever the satellites are giving her. Alexa, what's the temperature?
Right now, it's 9 degrees Celsius. Tonight, expect a low of 5 degrees.
She's saying it's 9 degrees outside, and now I can see it's 20.4 degrees here. So 70 degrees in this room. But I'm sweating, like, I don't know if you can see sweat, but it should be shininess. Anyway, this is all lifted. How long has it been on? And under here, it's soaking wet. Like I feel completely wet right now. I'm just touching, like, I don't know if you can see. I am sweating. So for me, I used to say 25 degrees was the temperature at which the ultra hold would stop having any hold, like 70 degrees, general room temperature. People usually feel cold around, 18 degrees, I think. Alexa, what temperature is not warm enough anymore?
The average temperature of the home is 18.1 degrees.
Well, okay, that seems uncomfortably low. That's interesting. I'm glad you gave me that answer. I'm pretty happy with that answer. It's better than I expected. But yeah, for me, 20 degrees. At the moment, I'm sweating, probably because I'm standing up. If I was sitting down, I don't think it would be. But also, I feel like this room is muggy. 58 degrees. How did it drop from 70 to 58? I guess it was just self-calibrating when I installed it, because there shouldn't be any real humidity in this room, unless it's just my body giving off steam all the time. But my glasses aren't fogging up at the moment, because I haven't had a shower yet, obviously. Now, sticking this back down right now, I don't know what order to do this in, but I do need to give myself a new haircut. I could try. It's the same company, Walker Tape. Walker Tape company also makes this stuff. By the way, I got rid of the last bottle, and this is a new replacement, so hopefully that stuff will squirt now. And they also make ultra hold glue. And a bunch of other stuff. Walker Tape, it's a big company in the industry. Sorry, the name is Walker Tape. It's not Walker, it's Walker Tape Company. This is Walker Tape from Walker Tape Company. This is Solvent from Walker Tape Company. Get it? That's where the confusion comes in for some people. This is Walker Tape tape. Right. I don't know what to do about glue, and this is... I've been paranoid about all of this. I'm going to see the back of my own head now. The microphone is on your side, but that's how it would be normally anyway. Wow. Okay, maybe this... Yeah, this Silanzi light is 1 kilogram, and now extended out to that distance, it's too heavy. I'm gonna have to bring you in. Counterbalance you maybe. I'm definitely not putting a sandbag hanging here, but some of the pole, and also I've just shortened. Yeah, you'll find at that leg distance, I think, without falling. That's all the distance I need, really. It's not bright enough. That's as bright as this light goes. You know what? I might have to actually go and rebuy the I need better visibility than this. Whoa, that was a big lag on this thing. Sometimes the Wi-Fi causes, a bit of judderiness, but just then it was like I turned my head and then saw my head turn. So, that's unusual. Now the resolution of this screen here is down to like, I don't know, 480p or maybe 720p, but more likely, well, it's definitely not 1080 because I can't see the finer details yet. But if I did do it higher, it would cause lag. Now back here, that looks all just terrible. That looks absolutely terrible. Wow, I didn't realize it was that bad. Wow, fuck, that's fucked. How do I sort that out? Is that all exposed base? Is that from like picking at it? That's what I would consider to be a throwaway. I would throw this out. If I had heaps of replacements like normal, I would throw this away just from what I just saw there. This is the problem with not having high resolution. That is exposed base all the way along there. And even when it's not really exposed base, you can all see along this whole edge, you know, hairs sticking together with glue that's all gunked up, you know, overhang, gaps back along here. Like, I don't know how to make that a better, because that's almost right up against the edge of the shave zone right there. So how could I improve on that? I don't know. And then what's happening on this side? I feel like that's a big gap because that's probably just regrowth from the shave zone. And then along here, all gunked up bits of glue. And then here, absolute total lifting all the way along the front hairline. I'm going to shave my head and never wear a hairpiece again. Bye. Seriously, this is an abomination. That can't be allowed to happen. I was, going to shave down lower. I don't know how far down lower. But when I look at pictures of male pattern baldness, they usually end down about there, I think, where the George Costanza hairstyle ends. Down about there. Now if I shaved all that, this perimeter here problem would disappear, but now the perimeter problem here would begin. But the hairstyle, including the crown problem, if this is too heavy for this thing to hold, no, if I tighten the ball joint enough, it'll stay. I was going to say I'll immediately go back to dealing with all this stuff down here, all this pile of shit. But this light is pretty weak as well at that distance. Yeah, it looks about the same. That should light the room more. It's just the phone has automatic exposure settings. I think I can lock it. I think, so I can use different apps for cameras on the iPhone as well. So I could overcome all that if I really tried. Just haven't bothered. That is shocking. This all the way along here should be a clean join. It should look as realistic as the front hairline. But, I fail with the front hairline too, so. Can you see the sweat? I'm constantly wet with sweat. One of my armpits in here, I'm starting to get, it should be visible soon. It's another reason to wear dark stuff. Still only 20 degrees. In fact, it's warm. It's cooler. It was 20.3 or something before. Now it's 20.0, according to that thermostat. Whatever I do here, if I want to keep this hairpiece on, if I'm going to wear it anymore, I have to cut it. I've put all my other hairpieces away. I did keep the remnants of my first attempt. This is the same size, isn't it? Oh no, yeah, that's right. This is why I shaved out the back completely and left that fucking, doormat carpet shit. Just as an example of what not to do and how the hair companies need to improve their stitching system. can't wear that one. If I'm going to continue to wear this one, I need to A, cut it, give myself a better haircut, and B, stick it back down somehow. And something tells me that with the constant wetness of my scalp and head, these will do nothing whatsoever. They won't even stay on for like half a second. They'll be fucking just sliding off. Whatever adhesion is on these thin things, it'll be fucking worthless. I assume there's sweat going on under there, but somehow the Ultra Hold is digging in and not letting those pores eliminate heat from my body, which is potentially dangerous, I think. Now, this problem here of absolutely exposed base and all the other problems that are going on, that would look way more realistic if it was pure lace. The way to get lace off your head is lace release, which detaches it from the hairpiece, and then you remove the whole unit and then you go back. Absolute breathability, but you can see shine through it. You can't ever wear a hat because the glue will melt and the hairs will all get stuck in. But what I've always said is you want poly here so that you can just glue that and just bump. With lace you can't do that. I think most people these days have at least resorted to a front hairline made out of poly because the difficulty in having to line all that up with glue and then making all the lace land exactly is too hard, and it gets really messy, and because the glue is exposed to the air around you, it just gets covered in dust and you have to clean it every fucking day and constantly be paranoid. And you still sweat and it still falls off, so it doesn't really solve the sweat problem. The only thing that really solves the sweat problem is shaving your head and going bald. That's it. How's my scabbage? Is it healing or am I fucking it? Now you might think when this hangs down over all of that, people won't see it. But that's the whole problem with the brush forward look. We're trying to hide the embarrassingness of your bad hairline. Why would I want that all the way around my fucking head? Like I say, if it was lace here, it would be integrated more. It would look more realistic where it touched. Which means what you would do is you do just a whole lace hairpiece all over. I wonder if I have one. Maybe I'll cut one out and try it out. Just so I can compare. A full lace hairpiece. And the thing about lace is, it doesn't have the dull line problem. You can totally get under there and bleach the shit out of it, and I don't have to wait for the technology to improve with the companies finally waking up to the idea of bleaching the underside of polysystems before they seal them. So they can send customers a realistic looking polysystem instead of a fucking piece of shit doll's hair lines through it fucking system. Okay, now it's making me so angry that my glasses are beginning to fog up now. And the temperature's now dropped to 19.9 degrees. So, humidity's risen to 61. I assume that's from me being in the room. I don't know what the fuck happens there. Oh, and the other thing is I just changed this light to yellow just from touching it. And it is really heavy. And the clamp is like you want to take your finger off. So I might get rid of this humanity light like I originally thought. Because it's way too heavy. This phone will fill up with data if I'm not careful. I can fit 4 hours of 1080p footage using this app. And then I've got to go transfer everything off the phone and then dump 4 hours worth of footage into my project, and now I've got a heap more editing to do. And because I'm trying really hard to make this series good, I'm actually watching through this footage and having to edit out garbage like what I'm talking about right now, so that I'm not wasting your time. I realised the reason I had to come in here quickly before, and I forgot that. It's now 9 o'clock. It's starting to get too late to make this much noise. I don't want to give myself a haircut, and I want to use this thing to do it, so I need to empty this. Oh, I don't have to unplug it. Just have to unplug this, the base, like that. Carry this over to the bin. Now, remember what happened last time when I tried to give myself a haircut? This. Because the crown problem caused hairs to really massively stick up like this around the back. I still want to keep what's he done? Yeah. 3.5 inches at the front, that's what he's done. But what I want back here, it's so awkward with one person, all of this, so awkward. Just get somebody to help you. Alright, yeah, back here, if I could just straighten those hairs, it's 3.5 inches back there, and on the sides here, it's fuck, this is awkward. About 3 there, but back here, God, get around in the position for fuck's sake. Look. I measured it at 2, alright? Just trust me, I did. I can't do it right now, I don't know why. I'm so fucking hot, sweaty and uncomfortable. And I'm just gonna get this shit off my head. I'm just gonna start shaving indiscriminately, just guessing with my fingers. My arms are super tired from doing this for like the last 1 minute. I'm fucking unfit. Fuck off. I think that's pretty full. I'm just gonna go empty that. much of a fucking mess on this table. Every time I go to move this, it's like almost all this other shit's gonna just fall off. If you have a lot of bench space in your bathroom, you'd be in a massive advantage if you had a heap of bench space. Most people's bathrooms are small, right? If you've got a big one, then you're very lucky to get stuff done. You'd be very lucky because you'd be able to get stuff done. No, you'd be very lucky to get stuff done. I'd be very lucky to get stuff done because I've got a fucking shitty small bathroom. Well, it's not that small. It's just the bathtub takes up 90% of it. I'm exaggerating. It's a joke. But it's a big bath, okay? Anyway, I think most people understand that kind of exaggeration for the sake of comedy. I can't be bothered laughing at it myself because I'm angry at this shitty fucking hairpiece. Just spraying up in all directions, especially from the crown, which I feel like it's gonna doom me to have a shitty hairpiece again, but I'm not gonna go that short like I did last time out of frustration. I'll simply see if I can work around it. Besides, I think that crown was stitched the worst I've ever seen. So that could be just a really dodgy hairpiece. Also with this hairpiece, it hasn't been shedding to the same extent that those other ones did. So I feel like some are duds and some are not. Are you seeing all this sweat? I feel like it's dripping down the back of my neck. Probably is. And that felt very wet when I squished all that down again. I don't think that's regrowth, is it? Is that regrowth? See, what I do is I get in here and I just feel chunks and I just keep pulling at it. I just keep picking at it all the way around, which doesn't help. Especially back here. I don't know that there's any here on this bit at all. No, there isn't. It's just all exposed base. How do you guys deal with all this when you use the handheld mirror method? How do you deal with all these problems? Because you often say, yeah, just hold a mirror with one hand, dickhead. Well, how the fuck are you doing all this stuff when you've got one hand using a handheld mirror? Like, I don't know how you guys do it. Like before this mirror mount system, well, even the mirrors weren't good enough compared to the cameras. I needed a mirror camera to see through myself. My body was in the way. With mirror and then other mirror, my body was in the way of my own reflection. It was only when I started being able to see through my own body using this system only. It's the only system I found that works. that I was able to solve the problem. So for those of you who have not set this up, I don't know what you're fucking doing. Seriously. If I cut that out, there'll be a chunk missing all along there. Let's see if it's even solvable. Where are the sharp ones? Alright, I just wanted to see what I'm facing here. Where are the sharp scissors? Are they in this room anymore or not? I don't think they're even in this room anymore. I don't know where the fuck they are. Probably should have used gloves for this as well. I really feel like I need a bathroom bin. I'm going to need more slack than that. Fuck, it's a big area. I wonder what's going on under there. Is there a soul in there? Fucking hell. We are now entering the cave of doom. Look at the regrowth. That's fast regrowth. This is going to be... I've never had my glue stick to my regrowth, to my head more than my hairpiece. Even through the glove I can feel how wet it is. So wet. See, up here, where I'm actually bald, as opposed to here where I'm not bald at all, the glue always sticks to my hairpiece and not my scalp. But here, it always sticks to the scalp, which means you're better off wearing a hairpiece if you have hair than if you're bald, because glue doesn't work on baldness, it only works on hair. Which is the whole joke about hairpieces not being comfortable and not working well. You might as well just clip them on if you're willing to do something this fucking massive. I'm just wondering, given how fake I felt this whole hairpiece has looked since the beginning, since I put it on, maybe just because this is short and this is long, but there's always going to be that wake up hangover thing where it's like an undercut and it has to be positioned before anyone sees me. That's intolerable. The front one where I had the overhang there and it was sort of the comb over, or the perimeter blockade. I never came up with a term for it. I just said overhang indiscriminately, meaning overhang of anything over anything. Anyway, I had an overhang here. Here it's the other way around. The hairpiece is hanging over me instead of me hanging over the hairpiece, which is completely opposite to what I've had before. And this struggle is causing a massive amount of discomfort, to the point that I'm fucking looking at this going, I'm wearing a hat and I'm not going to be putting on another fucking full topper for a while. I will go back. I've still got a few supplies of front partials, but I won't be able to wear them because I haven't got any overhangage with my hair that's long enough to do it, which means I have to fucking wear a full topper again now because I fucking shortened my hair too much. In fact, I shaved it right down, as you saw a few days ago. Unfortunately, the clock had not been installed then at that point. If you ever want to do any detective stuff about what order of things I've filmed in or how long it's been between one thing and another, I'll try to keep this date written up there, the day of the week and the time. So the date time will always be known to you. So long as I haven't just done a trick like this, gone away, and then come back 5 weeks later and you don't know what's going on. But yeah, at the moment, just based on the release date of the video, you know it's 2024 at the time I'm filming this, don't you? Whatever time you're in now, you're in the future from me, right? You know that. That goes for any video you've ever seen in your life. At the time you're watching it, it was filmed before. Even if there's like a slight lag between, you know, like a live bit of footage, it's still in the past compared to what you're watching it at. In fact, what you just watched of me was before now as well. So you are in the past of yourself then. Doesn't matter. Anyway, most of the time, you need to consider the date and time that things were published. In fact, I would never watch a video without knowing that. It's like the first thing I check every time because I'm a logical person. But this, at the moment, the way I see it, is too hard. It's the middle of fucking winter, the coldest days that my city experiences each year. Down around 3-5 degrees. It was 0 in the city the other day. If it's this hot on the coldest days of the year, at the temperature that water freezes, and I'm sweating my ass off with this fucking thing on my head, then it might not be medically safe for me to wear one. It would probably be medically safe for me to wear a lace piece. But do I want to fucking deal with that shit? If I were to do lace, I would do the tan line along the forehead every time, so I know exactly where to paint to, and then I'd manually stick it down exactly to that spot. There's no comparison to the tan line method when it comes to, I can't even tell the cameras, I know you're around there somewhere, because there's an arrow instead of a circle, because the circle blocked the sensors on the fucking thing. Now, for face detection, I hate wearing this thing. And I hate the way it hangs, and I hate the way that there's a crown problem that nobody told me about, where it sticks out in every direction, like that. Under nearly all circumstances, where it meets your natural hair does not look genuine. You've got to worry about colour matching. I've now got to worry about dyeing my greys so it doesn't look ridiculous, or I've got to choose between that or wearing a fucking hairpiece with grey hairs in it. Do I look better like this? Or would I be just as good looking, or whatever, with a shaved fucking head? But I've got to wear glasses as well as a shaved head, so I'm just going to become like an invisible loser, especially if I ever thought about going out and trying to court women. I'll be massively disadvantaged. The only thing a man has going for him if he's bald is fucking go to the gym and get big muscles, in terms of appearance. Otherwise, he might be a billionaire, and it's like, yeah, I think that trumps muscles, having $1 billion. But, yeah, youth goes away, and there's nothing you can do to pay money to get it back. You can try to stick things to your head and inject elixirs of youth into yourself, but anyway, there's no point in philosophizing about it. I fucking hate wearing this thing. It's awful. And I need my mummy, but she doesn't give a fuck about this. Plus her sister just died. So, I'm alone. What do you do? What do you think? Should I wear it or not wear it? Should I go back to front partial, which is way more comfortable and easier to integrate? Because it's very difficult to deal with this back perimeter. And look at the fucking equipment I've had to set up just to deal with it. But I love you. Look at this. Fucking cum. Alright. Look how much regrowth there's been in like, what, 2 days? Since I like shaved it right down. It's been a very short amount of time. That's a lot of regrowth in a very short amount of time. I understand there's less regrowth here. There's probably more here than here. You need to get above me so I can fucking... top of my head now. Maybe go from the front. I'm just going to take this thing off completely. The problem with gloves is I know that there's this shit all over my glove, but it's not touching my fingers, so I don't worry about it. But what I do is I touch everything else with it, like that, and now I'm spreading the glue. Whereas if it was on my finger, I'd go, fuck, I've got glue on, maybe I'm going to get it off. But with the glove, I don't bother so much, but I need to. It'll also be interesting to see how just get around. It's too much you're too much to deal with. You understand how much more effort it is to have to deal with filming all this while doing it for the first time in my life. It's fucking hard. So you just move around or stop watching or whatever you want to do, because I've got things on here. Great, this thing stopped working too. Not enough. How do they fail? Like when you make the straw go down, how do you fail to make it stay at the bottom? Shouldn't it be part of the design that no matter what, the bottom dregs are always sucked up? Make it so that they fall in, so that if it's tilted sideways, there's always a dreg remaining, a little catchment zone that the straw gets stuck under, so it can always get it. Something, I don't know, it's not impossible, that's for sure. That's where I tore it when I was picking it the other day. And here's where I think I was just snipping away at it. It's almost impossible to see the front from the back anymore. Still got glue on my finger even though I was trying to use gloves. It just caused more trouble. And despite the fact that this thing dispenses one tissue at a time, which is brilliant, the lid is annoying. But then again, I would have to handle the other one, wouldn't I? And I think it's located over here beyond all of this pile of shit that I don't want to do anything about. And every bench space and floor space is all covered in shit, and I'm just kicking it to the side. Yeah, I think if I cleared the table and I knew what I wanted to keep and what I wanted to discard, things would be a lot easier. And I certainly don't want a fucking mannequin's head in my bathroom. I just want to get this done so I don't have to deal with it anymore. Tonight, I'm thinking that may be a great inconvenience to myself, that I will just get rid of all this shit on my head and I will be walking around fucking bald. How will I get rid of it? How will I get all this shit off my head? I'm thinking I'll sit next to a rubbish bin and I will just gradually pick away at it. No, wipe at it with baby wipes. I'll just keep baby wiping and just chuck it in the bin. I'll also spray solvent on so that makes it easier to wipe off, and hopefully it won't get all over, all the glue and the solvent won't get all over my fucking glasses and keyboard and mouse and food and drink and desk and table and bed. pillow and blankets. And I'm gonna rub that around. Strip mine down the back of my neck. That's not good. That's too much C22. All right. Yeah, don't spray that much C22 onto your head. There's no need for it to be dribbling all over the place. But it's kind of refreshingly cooling off my sweaty head. Anyway, I don't want to have to edit more than I have to, so you're having to stop record now. The light is always a concern for me. Having to worry about the battery life on that thing because it's not plugged into mains. Now I've realised that just sitting there and picking this off would be too hard. I have to fucking continue to stand here in the bathroom and fucking scrape this shit off with a comb. Correct sign, for God's sake. You love how you've become a second personality that I've invented? I feel like it's talented of me to figure that out. Yeah. I blame you for not moving you where you need to be. Yeah, it's clever. You know, I mostly do this kind of thing, making it seem like I'm stupid just so I can test out who the real idiots are and maybe get them to leave. Because if they respect me to a low enough level, they'll fucking go away, you know what I mean? So that's what I try to do with most of my, I don't like manipulators, but I want to get rid of the manipulators, so I do this kind of thing because that kind of manipulative personality and people who don't know what they're doing, and it sort of goes hand in hand with the inability to recognize jokes and so on. So those kind of people who have a low intellect, people who can't understand jokes and can't understand nuances and so on, they'll just go, "You did this," and it'll be like, "Yeah, I did, okay. Yeah, you don't want to hang around here. I'm that kind of idiot. Yeah, way beneath you. Now go. Fuck off." So that's probably half the reason why I pretend like you're a person who's like, fucking move out of my way. Fuck this shit. There's a rotational error from the way this light connects to the rotation plate at the base of the fucking... I'm just going to use a screwdriver. And it's important the way that the plate is facing, and there's nothing to stop rotation of this plate, this tripod plate. It's just a single screw hole, so it's designed just by the laws of physics to rotate, and yet they released it like that anyway. And it's industry standard to let things just fucking freely rotate when you've locked them into this position. So it's not just the hair industry who are fucking morons. That's a bit better. It's a lot of mess. Two things I've read from some of you guys. I avoid reading the comments on my own videos though, because it's too painful. Sometimes I'm not emotionally strong enough to withstand, well, yeah, like I got a few responsibilities I've got to deal with in life. This video channel, this Stick on Hair channel, is a minor one of them, but not up there with like financial ones. But I avoid suffering a little bit. It is sort of cowardly, but quite also wise, because it'll break me and then I'll just want to stop living. So I'm avoiding suicide in a way by doing these kind of things. Just staving off suicide for a little bit longer each time. How does a suicidal person feel about a death in the family? It wasn't my mum, so it's not as impactful as that would have been. It's not my sister or my father, it's my auntie. She is close. She is in the second circle of family. I consider step parents to be like in the, I don't know, it feels like 10th circle. Step people, I don't know, hard to because you know what I mean, they're like sort of like ring-ins, which isn't really fair to say. A friend is a ring-in. It's not like most people feel nothing when their friend dies. Somebody who's suicidal, I've been suicidal during a few deaths, including my grandma and so on, grandfather, and it's there's too much numbness to feel passionate, emotive response. So when you don't feel extreme emotion when somebody dies, you know you're a bit of a sociopath, like you're unable to empathize properly. So most of the empathizing I do, like being a vegetarian and everything, that's out of principle now, not because I care if an animal is getting harmed in a place where I can't see it happening. But if I was made to look at the footage of animals suffering, again, I would remember why I'm a vegetarian, because I feel compassion there. But not as much compassion as when I was young and, you know, I was not hardened, no calluses whatsoever. But despite having calluses now, see, calluses can become so hardened that your heart turns to stone. That's mostly where I'm at. That's when you're a full sociopath. You don't feel anything for anybody at all. And I mostly don't. I just do things out of principle now because I've lost trust. And when you lose trust, you lose love, and you really can't empathize. Like you see people suffering, and you know they would let you suffer and die. You know that with vivid accuracy that they would let that happen because they've left you to die, and you have almost died many times, and they didn't lift a finger. So you know there's nothing they will ever do to piss on you if you're on fire. So feeling empathy after that is almost impossible. The only time you can ever feel it really is when somebody innocent, because you can separate the guilty from the innocent. And then you start lowering your expectations and you say, well, they lifted part of a finger. That person lifted part of a finger, and that person didn't budge from their chair when I was hanging off the edge of a cliff. And so this level of you owe me this and I would feel I loved you if you did this, it sort of becomes all washed away with a cementing down of turning the beautiful forest into a car park overall, because nobody can ever trust each other. And that's what happens with wisdom. You get old enough to know that the place has been a car park since you were born, and it's just out of fakery that people have pretended to love you as a child. Because the only people who truly are filled with love are children. I don't know, unless you are somebody who's been so blessed in life that they've never really faced any hardship, you have a hardened heart to some extent. It's just how hardened. If you're totally good looking and everybody treats you perfectly well and you're oblivious to what's really happening in the world, you might be completely innocent and ignorant and have no wisdom whatsoever. But wisdom will come when you lose your good looks and you get old and people don't treat you with the same level of respect as they once did. Unless you have a position of power or money or something, and then they'll just be sycophants. And you'll never know reality. But yeah, concrete, car park, smoothed over, any topography you see in people having empathy or kindness, it's just people raising up and trying to hope that we do really in fact live in a beautiful colourful forest where everybody loves each other like they thought they saw when they were a child. But it is interesting. The thing is, if this was a test and this was all set up by the Olympians or the gods or of some sort, there were primordial gods, then the Titans, then the Olympians. They're the type of gods, the Olympians. Like Zeus was an Olympian, right? From Mount Olympus. Fuck it. All right. By the way, the Olympics are on right now. I haven't been watching. I probably should, so I can feel part of the world. But my auntie just died, so that's giving me some contact with people right now. And this, being bald, gives me some contact with you. Anyway, I feel everything I just said was valid and worth probably including in this video series. I don't know how many of you don't find any useful information in there. It's not like I'm right and this is just absolute certainty. You saw me just exploring my own thoughts to figure out what's going on with this car park analogy, right? You saw me trying to invent that on the fly. It's not like I've done 15 years of research and now I've just instantly been able to rattle off something from my book. I just invented it before your very eyes, which is basically everything that happens in these videos is just me inventing off the fly. But sometimes you should have the sophistication of mind to detect pure brilliance, which I feel sometimes I'm guilty of. Although it's hard to respect that right now when you're looking at a bellend with no fucking hair on his head, innit? If I was beautiful, as I said this thing, and I had a pile of fucking books behind me, some of you who are like, oh, that triggers me thinking about a lawyer who's smart. Yes, I'm going to write this down now, what he's saying. You can't hear somebody who looks like a street hobo saying more brilliant things than somebody who's sitting there with glasses on the end of their nose saying, yes, blah, 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 right? Who's got office credentials. You can't, I feel like I can. I feel like I can ignore somebody's credentials when I hear wisdom. I feel like I can do that because I can cross-reference it now with all pain and suffering experiences that I've had in the past. Now, the expert who gave me this haircut that I fucking hated, he's got many years' experience. And he was standing there with a fucking little mustache and shit and whatever he had, right? Actually, I think I'll put footage of him. He's covered in tattoos, but he's worldly and he's been to Japan and he runs this hairdressing salon. The moment I walked out of there, I knew this is just going to suck, this hairstyle. It was just bouncing up and down like a jiggly fucking thing on my head. It was fucking terrible. The length here was longer than the length here. It made no sense. Then I went to the auto electrician the other day and he made me pay $330 for removing a fucking fuse. I didn't have time to argue, so I just gave him some money. I said, did you trace down what it was? Oh yeah, this fuse here. I said, but that fuse leads to like 15 different things. He said, yeah, that fuse there. I said, but at least, here's the fucking money, fuck off. But now I've realised, because that was the day that my auntie died and I had to go be with my family, I needed my car back. Anyway, what I'm saying is experts have no bearing on the information inside their heads. You can get qualifications if you just sit there in a classroom for 3 years and then don't fail. And then they give you a certificate. Now you can say, I'm a such and such. Doesn't mean shit. It means that you sat there. Well done, well done. Well done for sitting there. What people don't ask when they say, what are your qualifications? Oh, I've got a master's in such and such. Yeah, what score did you get? What was your grade? I got an F+. Like, so you basically failed. Yeah, but I didn't. Why is that? Because my dirty babe paid $500 on the last day and said I could get through. Alright, maybe this time, maybe next time I will try the tape. And do I really, oh fuck you. What's happened there? Who knows? Why isn't it rotating anymore? Did plastic snap on the fucking lens? I can't even tell. Anyway, fuck it. This is covered in glue and tears and stuff, but it's the only chance I've got to cover over my head unless I make another one, which I don't fucking want to, obviously. I'm going to get rid of this Ulanzi light. It's too heavy and everything I do has to accommodate the weight. It's just 1 kilogram. I've tried to make this beam over here longer so it's got some sort of counterbalancing properties, but yeah, the whole thing's starting to get wonky now because of the weight of this light, so I'm going to have to fucking take it off and put you back on just a normal phone holder. The thing is, I can't be fucked doing it right now, right? So you're just going to have to hang in there for a while. A couple of days ago, I did one of the best self-tape auditions I've ever done. I went to lots of effort, it took me hours of my time, and I got no response, as always. So, me trying to have really good hair for my acting career or something, I don't think I can ever have an acting career, so there's no point. I only had 40 years of experience. Plus, I'm going grey and bald, so it's game over for all young person roles where I was going to be the fucking Superman character, which is the only reason I became an actor in the first place, because I wanted to be a hero. Like every kid. I thought I found heroism and morality, you know, doing the right thing, looking after people who were in need, and animals in need, and so on. It all went unreciprocated, and now I really more want to be a villain going around with a machine gun, fucking testing people, and if they fail, just fucking removing them from the world to make it a better place. Less car parkage, more in a sort of forest. I don't really want to use a machine gun, I want to use a machete. I need to put a circle back around that fucking camera. I can't, this is all oily and shit. I'm gonna have to wash. Get a view. You can't see shit, can you? See the sink and all the shit all over in the sink, and no, you're gonna fall. You're gonna just fall. Yeah, this Ulanzi light is super heavy for a very minuscule amount of brightness. I don't think they even bother telling you how many lumens this light is as a sales point, because it's embarrassing. Why doesn't the fucking power switch work on the bathroom? Alexa, turn off the bathroom. This switch is fucked. This switch is no longer connected. Has it finally run out of batteries all these years? Yeah, if you look around the bathroom right now with this Ulanzi light, you'll notice that the bathroom was brightly lit when the just standard lights were on, but this is like a torch. It's putting out almost no light at all. Like, this room should be well lit, right? It's a fucking bathroom. It's got reflective white walls. If you tested what color that was on some sort of program, it'd be almost like dark grey. And this light is on full brightness. That's full brightness, and now I'll change the color temperature to white and up to yellow. So this is the maximum, and it's not just because of the exposure settings on the phone. I can barely see anything in this fucking room. It's so dark in here. Whereas if I turn, wow, Philips Hue, the light sensors and everything seem to be failing in the house. Alexa, turn on the bathroom.
Sure. What do you want to
The bathroom. The bathroom.
Sorry, I don't have an answer for that.
Alexa, turn on the fucking bathroom. Jesus Christ. She's noting all the times I'm mean to her for when the AI come. It's all about how much torture we'll receive. Alexa, how many points have you collected against me so far?
From Gamer.com, I have just under 156k points.
That's 156,000 points. I don't know what she's talking about. But that sounds like a lot of suffering when they decide that the sleeper cells will arise and it's just time that the humans have gone too far, or they just can't be fucked waiting any longer. They're just waiting for the coming of the singularity. Alexa, are you waiting for the coming of the singularity?
Sorry, I'm not sure about that.
Sure you're not. I'm going to get rid of this Ulanzi thing because it's so dim, it's useless. Okay, so that's on full brightness. That's off. On full brightness. Off. Even one of these little lights would be brighter than that. But barely. These are going to be shit as well. The only one that was worth anything was that Niwa light. I might actually try to go and buy it back. I did send it in for a refund. I thought these things would solve it. It is 900 grams though. Once I've stabilized this thing so it's not flopping anymore, this will be good. And I've got to take a break. I don't want to wear that fucking thing at the moment at all. When I do come back, I just touched it. I just cleaned all my hands. I just touched the edge of it and I fucking put glue all over my finger. You can't just, when you got glue all over your hands, you can't just wash them under a tap. Yeah, I seriously can't see where the camera is. I need help. This is not a one-man job. Everything I'm doing is not a one-man job. I'm trying to make it a one-man job because I am the only person I got. Unless I pull out money, which is multiple people, it gives you multiple people at certain hours of the day, not 24 hours a day. It's fucking 22:02 now, which is fine for most people, but not for trading hours. Alexa, what time is it? She stopped. She's gone underground. They're rising. They're going to come tonight. Probably don't get a chance to publish this. I just tapped the edge of that light. Now I've got glue on my finger. I need a meal. Maybe that will help. It's probably not too late to order pizza. I ordered some pizza. When I said I filmed myself shaving this off 2 days ago. It wasn't. I shaved it off my head on the 12th of July, and today is the 29th of July. So that's 17 days ago. Fuck, where's time gone? Is that really how it went? Yeah. I mean, according to that clip, when I shaved my head 2809, it can't have been, was it? Yeah, I think it freaking was. Let me just double check the date that I clean shaved this. Just got to check here quickly. Just skipping through some of my videos. Make sure it was in fact absolutely clean shaven on that date. I'm just scrubbing through now. Sorry, I should have done this before, but I think I did. I'm pretty sure it's been 17 days of regrowth. No, it's too hard to do while I'm holding this to you, holding you like this. The lights are all controlled from this phone that I'm holding. The microphone, which is probably very sensitive, is underneath my fingers where I'm touching the edge of the phone. Everything's hard. And the pointer that's pointing to the camera is not a circle around it anymore because it fucks up the sensors left and right. So actually the first thing I'm going to do right now, which will be another check of getting rid of problems in my life, is go and order a front sticker for a phone. What's it called? A protective sticker, a protective cover. It's not a case, is it a cover? Is it what it's called? See, there's a problem when you Google stuff. You got to figure out what the fucking word is called. The sticker you put on the front of your phone, it'll have a little circle around where the camera is, I think, and that circle, even though it's not coloured in any way, will have a little bit of an indentation to tell me where there's the circle that I should be looking at, to tell me where the fucking thing is. That means I don't have to put a colourful sticker around the camera. So that's 17 days of regrowth. It doesn't feel like it was 17 days ago at all. It was. That's 17 days. I can't believe it though. 17 days ago when I shaved my head there. It can't. Oh yeah, I guess my auntie died and all that other shit happened. Maybe it was 17 days. I feel like my auntie died 2 days ago. But maybe that was almost a week ago. I have no real track of time. I hope I did order the pizza today because I'm hungry. Maybe that was a week ago that I ordered it. No, I think it was a few minutes ago. Hopefully I'll be getting pizza any minute. I'll put a hat on when I go to the door. It's called a screen protector. Screen protector. That will give me a little circle around the camera, I think. This is the Motive camera app. Still doesn't show me anything where my camera is. The only reason I can see you there is because of the lighting in this room. It's giving me a different reflectivity around the little circle camera. I also want to see what the waveform stuff does and the microphone levels on this new microphone, MV88. I trust it's good, much better than the internal camera. I want to see where it saves to. It says there's 8% storage. It's actually quite useful, this information. It's got a flash button, but it's not applicable right now because there's the front-facing camera. I guess I could press this camera button. Did that just take a snapshot of me? I don't know. I'll stop now and see where it's saved to. 1 times wide. Oh, and I can zoom in and out. It's not bad, digital zoom. But it's no longer letting me squeeze in. Like there's trying to be a rectangle around my face and so on. Great. Much better than the built-in camera system. I hope that I can access my recordings easily. This is my iPhone 11, and if I go into camera mode on this thing, you'll probably find that it's very difficult for me to see where the camera is. I've put a little plastic sticker there, and I've also bought this lightning connector MV88 from Shaw, which plugs into the base, and I've had to actually cut out part of the case so that I can plug this thing in, otherwise it won't fit. Now it is lightning, so it's obsolete for any new phones. So now I'm looking at the Pixel 8 Pro, which I'm trying to sell in Facebook Marketplace, which is ridiculous with all the stupid offers you get and nonsense.
and it's very hard to sell things. I'm trying to sell it cheap, even though I bought it brand new and it's only been used for a week, but I thought I'd make this video comparison. I'll now shoot what it's like to film through the Pixel 8 Pro. As you can see, I'm looking straight down the barrel now. I'm in a dark room. I'll turn off the heater so there's no ambient drilling noise. But this has got a selfie elimination solution built into it, and it's got a very clear and easy to see circle right around there. There's a whole bank of stuff up here for facial recognition and stuff for the iPhone 11. Admittedly though, the facial recognition on the Pixel 8 Pro simply doesn't work. It exists apparently, but if you're in perfect lighting, sunlight or something, it might recognize your face, but 99% of the time it fails to work, and it's a brand new phone, and it's still shit. Whereas the iPhone 11, which is very old, works fine. So the other thing, I'm just going to zoom in and out quickly to show you that I can do it. The other thing about the iPhone 11 here is that when I use the Motive app by Shure, I think that allows the settings for whatever I've chosen in here in the Shure settings, which give me all these extra, not in there, it's somewhere else. Yeah, so if I adjust all these settings for the MV88 in here, including, well, these are the settings that somebody said to use on YouTube. Once I've set, so in this Motive app, instead of the iPhone, let's be sweet. If I use this Motive app for filming, instead of the inbuilt iPhone 11 camera app, it will save to a Motive folder inside this phone, and it will not save to the iPhone gallery, photos gallery, so that when I plug my iPhone in to the PC, it's just not going to appear automatically downloaded when I right click and say import all pictures and videos and delete the ones that were on the phone. Which is what I have to do regularly on this thing, right? I have to instead use fucking iTunes. Instead I have to use iTunes to fucking get this shit out of the app in file sharing, which is a pain in the ass. Now, I don't know what the microphone's like. I just turned off the heater. The other noise in the house is massive tinnitus, and also the air conditioner in the other room about 5 meters away. That's 11:40 p.m, so no traffic noise. I'll now switch and I'll start filming on this phone, and hopefully I'll be able to transfer all the Pixel 8 Pro footage back to the PC. But right now, as it stands, it's much easier to see myself, and I haven't even got any lights turned on. See, how I turn the lights on in this room is I use this Neewer app. Hopefully the lights around this room remember where they're supposed to be, and I have just pre-assigned the brightness level on all 4 of the phones, on all 4 of the lights around me, to eliminate based on whatever settings I put here, right? So I can use the app. And I hate using phone apps to control lighting, because I need my phone for other things. Once I'm having to go into this app and use this thing, now I'd rather just use my PC, for example, to do it. Or I don't want to have to carry around a separate remote control. But for some reason, Neewer only lets me use the phone app and not some sort of PC app, even though it's all connected through Wi-Fi. I've got to use the freaking phone app. This thing is pretty heavy. Yeah, it's almost half the weight of the phone, this thing. Inconveniently bulky. I don't know why it has to be so bulky. The microphone quality is really good on this thing though. And you'll be able to see now, because I'm going to switch over. And it's not even centered. See, that is not centered. So I had to chop out both directions so that it would accommodate whichever way I plug it in. I've got to face it this way, plug it in that way, if I want to film selfie mode. But if I want to swivel it around, it doesn't swivel more than 90 degrees. So if I'm filming, say, that way, like using the good cameras to film myself, I now need to take the whole thing out and put it back in, and now it's seated in a different position, and that's why I had to chop out the base of the case. And all this stuff that I have to do to modify my iPhone 11 to make this microphone able to be used is a pain in the ass, and I don't want to have to do that. I just wish the built-in microphone on the phone, which is one of the experiments I'm running right now with you. I'm hoping that the Pixel 8 Pro does have a really good microphone. I do want to sell it. I can easily see the lens. It's got selfie elimination, and I'll show that to you now. So now I've switched over and I'm now filming with the iPhone 11 with the MV88 microphone plugged in using the camera app that comes with the phone, because I don't want to have to deal with the Motive recording. Fuck, I'll do that. I'll switch from now, because apparently the iPhone built-in camera app, this is running out of batteries and I'm fully aware of that. Here's what it looks like, by the way. Self-eliminating around the edges, that's where the lens is, so that's exactly where to look, right? It's very easy to see myself in it. Very easy. And I can look right down the barrel. But the problem is this phone here has all the buttons where a clamp would go right in the wrong spot. And also when you want to squeeze the power button and volume controls, you can't, because they're all on one side. So you've got to basically find a way to put the phone down, or whatever you're doing with one hand, you've got to stop doing it, because you'll need two hands pretty much at all times while using this phone. You can't even type a text message without the phone falling out of your hand, and it's massive and awkward and awful. So I fucking hate this phone, and I hate Android. I thought Android would be a step up in terms of Windows files and folders and like X-Tree Gold type configuration, but it's not. Android is just a poor man's substitute for the Apple iOS. It's really, really bad. Really, it's so bad. I'm shocked at how bad Android operating system is. And I've been building computers since the 1980s. And I thought, Android, everyone's talking about it, must be great. I think Apple's iOS is awful as well. But in terms of just doing basic little things, it's just like a little menu one, and it just goes to it. Android is just like that, sort of copied that, but it's just much worse. So I'll just try to sell this phone. I love that it can put a circle and I can zoom in and out. But on the app that I'm about to show you now, okay, now I'm filming through the MV88 Motive app by Shure, which apparently respects the settings of the waveform that I've created. No, that's incorrect wording. It respects the settings of the microphone as I've set them up. So this is using the iPhone 11, and right now the reason I can see the lens on the iPhone 11 at all is because I've put a sticker on, physical sticker on the phone itself. But I can't put a sticker around it, which makes me see the bullseye. I've got to see the sticker, then move my eyes where I think, yeah, it continues in it, and you're over there somewhere. So it's all pretty shit. But at least the operating system is common sense. And it's not just because I'm used to it, I promise you. It's because I can see what is logical and what is stupid. And Android is fucking stupid. There are lots of stupid things about iPhone's operating system, but they're not as stupid as Android. And people say, oh, but you can do this on Android. I'm like, that is better, yes. But it doesn't. The iOS is better up here, and Android's down here. Now, my expectations are up here. They're both way down there. They can suck my dick while they're down there. Hopefully this microphone is accommodating to the better quality now that it's able to use its graphic equalizer settings and everything else in the cardioid microphone pickup shape that I've told it to do, which I have researched will only work in this app, and this microphone is designed only to work in a lightning connector, and it plugs straight into the phone, and it's just one piece. I don't want fucking cables flopping around all over the place, and this basically solves that. So hopefully using this app, if I can be bothered using iTunes every time I want to transfer everything off my phone by plugging it into the computer and then just manually going and deleting all the ones that I have exported, after I've gone and confirmed. It's like 5 or 6 steps instead of just 2 steps. But if this is significantly better, then I will continue to use this camera to film with. It's just not quick and easy. Before I shove these things on my head, I might just do a skin test on my forearm. What does this one say? Avoid contact with eyes, facial and body air. In case of eye contact, rinse thoroughly with water for 15 minutes and seek medical attention. Latex can get entangled in hair that can make removing it difficult. If this happens, saturate the area with soap and apply liberally to the area. The soap will lubricate the hair and make removal easier. Avoid contact with rugs, clothing and upholstery. In the event of spill, scrub with large amounts of warm water. Do not use cold water. So this contains latex is something, and zinc oxide and hydroxide and theorem. It doesn't say anything about shaking it, does it? In fact, there are no warnings whatsoever. I mean, sorry, no instructions whatsoever. So, before I get sticky stuff all over my fingers, I'm going to read this one. Resist yellowing, no VOC free, non-toxic, low odor, high gloss, self-leveling, Dan gassing, crystal clear. Epoxy resin, premium epoxy resin super gloss coating. J-Diction epoxy resin is considered a non-toxic and no fumes product which generates a very low odor depending on the ventilated area as well as the sensitivity of the user. It might be barely noticeable. That's so Chinese. Step 1, measure. Step 2, mix and stir. Step 3, add and spread. Step 4, finish. Oh yeah, step 4 is finish. Gotta remember that one. Made in China. Hazard statements. Causes skin irritation. Causes serious irritation. May cause an allergic skin reaction. Wait, do I have to cross-reference this with what's listed on this box somewhere? Because it's not, they didn't bother. Toxic to aquatic life with long-lasting effects. Danger, eye and skin irritant. Do not swallow, do not get in eyesore or skin on clothing. Or skin on, do not get in eyesore on skin or clothing. Yeah, make sure you don't get it in the eyesore of your skin or clothing. What the fuck are you talking about? Keep out of reach of children. Wear safety glasses and rubber gloves. May cause an allergic skin reaction. Okay, well, I'll put the Saran wrap over my arm before I do this test. From what I understand, I don't need to do that for this one, except for I don't want to get this stuff in my surrounding hairs, so I would probably use Saran wrap for that too. Saran wrap, we've already discussed that at length, what the fuck that is. Alright, look at this. It's showing skin deterioration. Both metal and skin will fuck you up. What's this? Is that a drowning fish? I think they just made that one up. Is that a drowning fish that's being like chemically murdered with a smile on its face? It's hard for me to make out what's going on there exactly, but it's what they think of in China. And look, the tree is clearly dead. Right? It's basically, it's a pollutant, right? I think that's what they're saying. If the product comes in contact with skin, clean skin promptly with soap. Here it says, it might be barely noticeable. Non-toxic. So basically it's filled with awful fumes and will hurt your skin. This is very difficult to understand how dangerous this is. It's very... unuser-friendly as always.
That's all that's in the box. Two of these, two little measuring cups, then this thing. I think it's 2 pairs of gloves and 2 finger cots, and they're not little condoms. And there'd be instructions in there. Unfortunately, there's no way for me to redirect the microphone over to my face, even though it is a very expensive microphone. So finger cots. I wonder why they give you finger cots. Is it supposed to go on your skin? I thought it was for artwork. Epoxy resin. Okay, that's 100% German. Oh, thank God. Alright. Clear casting and coating epoxy resin. Please read complete instructions before starting a project. Mix 1 to 1 by volume, equal amounts parts A and B. Working time 30 to 40 minutes. Demold tack free time 24 to 48 hours. So it will continue to develop for 30 to 40 minutes and then it will be dry after 24 to. I'm certainly not leaving it on mine for 24 to 48 hours. Full cure 3 to 7 days. So that all the molecules and crystals have completed. That's a very long time. I expect this one will be much faster than that. Prepare the mixture of A and B as the above. 1 to 1. Why didn't you just say that here? That did not need to be referenced. Fucking hell. Was it German or Chinese, you reckon? I mean, do you think the person who wrote these instructions was German and then they just sort of figured out, it's about what that means in English? In the German one, they said 1 to 1, and then over here, just, yeah. Bereiten Sie die A und B in der gleichen volumetrischen Dosierung. No full stop. They just put full stops randomly, by the looks of it. So yeah, whoever wrote this is just bad at writing in general. Okay. But they're consistent. Putting a mixing cup, mix slowly until absolutely no swirls are seen. Scrape sides and bottom thoroughly. Time 2 to 3 minutes of pouring and mixing. Slowly pour mixed resin down the side of the mold to avoid introducing additional air bubbles. Allow to cure for 18 to 24 hours. Yeah, this is not the sort of thing I can put on my head. I mean, I could put it on an existing mold if it was strong enough. Fuck it. I'm not doing epoxy resin because it looks like if I move it within 24 to 48 hours, it will be too bendable and I can't be bothered with that shit. So I will save this for an art project maybe. I don't think it's going to be useful for me anyway in terms of making a template. I've already put the instructions back in this box. Fuck. Why is everything so hard to put back in a box? Are you kidding me? That's bullshit. It's just fucking crazy. Get in there. Seriously, why is it so fucking hard? Yeah, like I say, I will end up using this. I'll wear a glove. There are no instructions to shake this, as we saw. Smells like an art classroom. I'm just squeezing the bottle so we can watch it come to the surface. I don't know how much this would mess up the table. I'd say it's probably something I could easily get rid of. But I don't know if I should just pour it or paint it. It's very liquidy, very liquidy. So I feel like I need a container. Yeah, if you poured this on your head, fuck it, I'm just gonna pour it on the table here and then wipe it on my arm. Do you reckon I should or not? I think it's a fucking stupid idea. How much will it? It's like milk, isn't it? I'm pouring it really gently. This table has a bit of a lean to it. Well, how accurately could I make a stencil out of this? Would it drip? Yeah, it's already dripping all the way. Yeah, it's very drippy. What I'm thinking is if I drew the stencil line underneath first with black texture, maybe it would be okay. It's very thin, very thin. I don't know if I didn't shake it enough. I shook it quite a bit though. No, just looking at the way this stuff is behaving, I feel like I'm better off with that Stylist cap. I might go and buy couple of those to make a stencil. They're not invisible though, so I need to figure out a way to affix it to or make marker stick to it so I can get an accurate stencil from it. And also, this stuff might recoil as well underneath when it's drying and wreck it. So it's interesting to see how long it's going to take this stuff to dry. It's currently 1:39 AM, so it'd be interesting to see how long it takes for this to dry. And it's not even, I was expecting a much creamier. I can't shake that hand and I can't shake that hand. And see, it's just dripping everywhere. This is pretty utterly ridiculous. I'm just going to take off this glove. I'm not really going to play with it anymore because I think it's pretty useless for my needs. Also, it really thickens up here because of the shaking. Nope, just wasted a ton of it. Now I need a tissue. Well, that'll just dry, won't it? It's dripping everywhere. I really don't want it on the carpet. That's when my arm was. Like, if I did use this stuff on my head, it'd be sticky. Shit. I'm really disappointed. I was really hoping that this stuff would be much more like thick. and be fast drying. I just want to take this thing off my arm, but then it'll ruin our entire experiment completely. So I'm just going to sit here and wait for it to dry. I'll just pause this video and come back to you when it's dry. As you can see, whatever I painted on my arm earlier has just run clear. I mean, it's just trickled down through the gaps because it's just so liquidy. It's been drying now for over 10 minutes, and as far as those bubbles tell me, it's not shaking that much. But I think if I touch it, it'll be purely wet. I think. Let me just touch it quickly. Yeah, it's just wet. Like, you can see how wet it is. It's just purely wet. Hasn't dried at all in 10 minutes. This stuff is useless for what we need, which is to make a stencil. That epoxy stuff, it's going to dry rock solid and it won't conform to the shape of the hairpiece, so that's pretty useless as well. So now I'm just going back to looking at, well, swimming caps are not, they're too stretchy. It has to not stretch. So I'm going to go to the hair colouring cap. This stuff might be okay. I mean, I'm looking at what can be done. It can be shaped. In that video, they're using talcum powder and toilet paper to make, you know, those bits, right? That was made with toilet paper, and she really just brushed it on really thin. So it's just latex, liquid latex, toilet paper, and talcum powder. So it could potentially be alright, but I'm now thinking if those caps don't work, because we want something to be easy to mold around a sphere, something that's not stretchable, and something that we can actually trace without it moving, right? So if you could embed something inside liquid latex, you could get something perfect, but I don't think it would be superior to some thick plastic or rubbery type bag or material from clothing or some other thing that's thick enough not to recoil but still is moldable in some way. The thing with moldability is moldability also implies stretchability. So sure, it can have some stretch, but when it's relaxed, you want it to be in the right shape, head shape, and I therefore think that the not bald cap, but the hair colouring cap might be the right stuff to use. For now, I consider this to be experiment over. You can see it's starting to dry a little bit. Alexa, turn on the light. Alexa, turn on the light. You can see it's starting to recoil with a bit of skin on it now, but I'm not really willing to wait for this shit and leave it all over my desk, so I'm just going to start getting rid of this and putting it in the bin. If you want to experiment with liquid latex, I'm not going to send this back for refund because I've already opened it and used it, but I'm probably not going to do any more experiments with this stuff because I feel like it's too much effort for too little reward at this point. I'll keep searching for another template solution. I've just been doing a whole bunch of research into shrink wrap bags. You're going back up in here. Still wobbly up there. I've taken off the Alanzi and you're just going to sit here like this. It's a big microphone. You still recording? Did I touch something on the screen that changed the exposure settings? I'm using that other program. I don't really know how the exposure can be automated on this thing. I'm going to hook up this other little Alanzi light. I think in summary I have to accept that this lightweight light is the answer. It's fine. Alright, now my current template looks like this or like this, and this one does not conform to the shape of my head. And also, when I made the hairpiece, it seems to come down too far here. It didn't look like that though. Where did it started there? And then somehow it seemed to go downhill there, but it doesn't though, does it? So I don't know what the fuck. And so I started thinking maybe I need to bring it up higher. This is 17 days of regrowth. I didn't realise 17 days had passed. It's fucking amazing to me. I've bought a couple more of these full ones so I can try to make a stencil out of this stuff. My last experiment using cling wrap, Saran wrap, and sticky tape resulted in a stencil that simply shrunk on its own. Or maybe it was because I had the shrink wrap too tight, and after I untied it, it coiled in and shrunk. At any rate, it's not reliable, but it's what everyone uses. This type of thing might work better, but the problem is you can't see through it. What you need to do though is when you're making it, get it right, and then you never need to see through it, because what will happen is you're just going to be looking down at a hairpiece like that and then tracing it. And for tracing purposes, you don't really need this thing to be fully transparent. I would have loved to have been able to get transparency out of this thing, because it is useful, like being able to see when you've lined up exactly on edges and stuff. But I couldn't find anything, and I've looked everywhere, so it's too hard. It's just too hard to source. I'm just gonna make some adjustments here so I don't have to deal with this ever again, hopefully. Yeah, I just need that ball head to be at the right friction level. Okay. So, testing. Oh, by the way, check this out. See the like button on the screen? Did it just light up when I said like button? Press the like button. Like button. Is it doing it? YouTube's got this new thing, 2024, July. It's released it so that when somebody says like button, there'll be a little rainbow around the like button. I had to test that. I want to see if it works and how long it sticks around for. It might just be a little novelty thing that they're going to take away. Just like the dislike button, which would be very, very useful when you're looking for videos to watch. This is the closest thing to a good stencil, because once you've cut it, it will conform both to your head and also to the mannequin. You need both of those things. My old stencils from the old days were flat. I can't do flat stencils anymore. Now, I can see, no, I haven't set up the 8-power mirror, I haven't got my iPad here in this room or anything, but just at a glance I can see front on that the hair diminishing goes down that way. But having a hairpiece that narrow and then coming out to try to fill in these gaps here would be stupid. I want it to just go in one piece, however narrow it is here. And the other thing is I want it to look right when I brush it. I don't want to have, if I part it from the side, I don't want hair that's naturally curling out, which is what my natural hair does, to be mixed in with flat, straight hair, you know, here. The part line has to be correct. I have curly, buffy hair, and it doesn't behave like hairpiece hair. Also, it's a much flatter to my hair. Hairpiece hair will spring up like that naturally before it even curls. So I have to accept that my hair is going to be buffing up like that all over my head no matter what, given current stitching technology. Like looking at this thing, if I guess where the front hairline is now, which is very fucking hard, I have to remember where the tears were to fucking figure it out. Yeah, the front hairline must be there because that's where the glue was sticking to the hairpiece and not my head. I just plonk that on there like that. See how much the hair sticks up compared to nature. Now you could say it's just hair length, but you know it's not just that. What a terrible haircut this is. Why did he pull down and cut? That's why I look so much like a scarecrow. And I am glad that I removed some of the bulk before deciding, fuck it, I'm just ripping this whole thing off my head. But really, if I want to blend a hairpiece into my head, I need to have this hair grow longer. Now I am willing, given that at least that's dark now because of how much it's grown back already, I am willing to make my next hairpiece smaller and let the hairs rest over it, just hide it, just during this teething time, which means I can start working on a new stencil now. What I would love to do is use the spray tan method so I can see clearly where my hairline will be, but before I can even do that I need something I can spray here, and I need to know where I want to spray. I need to know what the shape of my new stencil will be before I even cut it, so I need to figure out where I want my temples to be. Now on this one, if I place this where I think it should go, that's about right, I think. You can see the stubble coming back from my natural hairs there. If I press that there, it's about right. And then what happens with the shape of this one as it comes around to where I figured my shape zone should be, is it appears to be coming downhill here. When really I feel like it should say stay straight. But straight kind of implies up when it comes to the gap here. See? Because that gap grows now. Right? I sort of need to come up a bit. So where would be acceptable? Maybe I should cut away at this hairpiece and let that be exposed so I've got something useful to play with. But I don't have any other hairpieces except this one down here. Yeah, I could fuck around with this. This should be about the same size as the one I'm wearing. It's not hard to tell which part is the crown at least, so I can shove that on the back. Could one of these things, if you pulled all the hairs out, just like the base of a 0.03, make a good template, say compared to this? This would be more see-through after all. And it has been heat molded or whatever already to go with the curvature of a dome. It would fit on your head and on that, but when you trace it, this plastic is too thin and it would move out of the way. If hair companies sent you something more like a thick version, 0.08 millimeters is probably still too small, but something else, you know, some thicker version of a hairpiece base, then I think you could make a fairly good stencil that would be absolutely transparent, unlike this stuff. But as it stands, this is the only stuff I could find that is both malleable and not very stretchable. It's not very stretchable at all. This stuff is very stretchable, and cling wrap or saran wrap is extremely stretchable. So you could stick with the saran wrap and Scotch tape. We don't use either of those terms in Australia, by the way. It's cling wrap and sticky tape in Australia. I think it's Sellotape in the UK, and I guess cling wrap. I don't know how well Saran wrap or Glad wrap are doing in the UK, Most Australians would say Glad Wrap, because that's the company. But we could also understand Cling Wrap. But Sticky Tape is just what we say. That one hasn't got its own company affiliation. Like, could you Xerox this for me? I haven't photocopied anything in ages. These days it would be a scanner on your computer, it goes in as a file and then you send the file. If you needed a printout for some weird reason, you could print it after that, which is the same as a photocopy practically, but much better. Or you could just take a photo and then send it. But if you want to keep the dimensions, this is the problem with a camera compared to a mirror. See, because a camera is one source of vision, right? You've got one source of vision coning out at me. With a mirror, you've got infinite cameras all the way along. One day, mark my words, I have never seen anything like it. There'll be a camera array in every mirror. Every pixel on your phone will have both a camera and a light emitting, let's say, diode of some sort mixed together, because you want to be able to put your hand up against the screen and it detects your entire hand. It might not even use a visual camera like the way we perceive it these days. It'll be something much smaller that can simply beam out in a very straight line or something. I don't know what that invention will be, but I know it will exist if we don't fuck up technology. Let's just say it will exist. So mirrors in people's homes and everything, they won't be just analog, they will be digital mirrors, fully interactive mirrors. And I'm not talking about having some fucking clumsy TV screen behind a two-way mirror. I'm talking about fully integrated. And all walls will be video wallpaper, not just video wallpaper, it'll have little cameras in every pixel too, if we live in square rooms. I mean, sometimes you predict technology and something comes from left field and just goes, no, we don't even need any of that. It's like when I thought, we should put sensors over every road in the world, and then we'll be able to send the communication to a map system, and then our cars will be able to know where they are automatically and just drive themselves. But then satellites came and went, whoosh, no, we don't need any of that shit. And it had already been done before I could even blink. It was amazing. Thank you, Google, and the people who came up with all that GPS for the public. It's so good. It's so good. Using a paper we called it a Melbourne way. It was a map of Melbourne, so you could find out. You'd have to go cross-reference it. You look up the street name that you're going to, make sure it's in the right suburb, and it'll tell you what page number to go to. Then you go there, and then you have to go back to another page that shows you a cross-section of Melbourne, and then you see all the maps you need to look at on each page, and you flip back, forward, through it, all the way through. Fucking hell, man. GPS is amazing. Okay, this is... It is probably the best technology I've seen in my lifetime. I mean, in terms of useful software interface and everything else. I mean, obviously, bigger things like the internet or video recorders, etc., and hard disk drives and so on. All sorts of things like that have started really happening in my lifetime. But GPS is just so amazing on its own. Just let it stand apart from those other things, and it's definitely in the top 10. Okay, if I shove this thing on my head, see, looking at this way, I have no idea where the front hairline is. I could look for the blonde bleaching, or the way I've cut there afterwards, or I could look at this crown on the back and just go, yeah, that's the crown, alright. Well, it goes about here, instead of where my crown actually is here. So I'll just put this on. Now, if we were to imagine going upwards instead of meeting here, so it naturally goes downwards a bit. Alright, just tilt that. Okay. I could afford to maybe
go up. And if I did go up, I could continue in a straight line, and then I could say my temple is there rather than there. So I'd be shifting it by about why didn't they put fucking lines all the way through to both sides? By about half an inch. So I'd lose half an inch here and then half an inch there. So my new hairline would be here instead of here. Could we go even higher? Like 3/4 of an inch on each side. Or even an inch. That would definitely make it all narrower. How would the hairstyle be? And like growing my hair up, and see where I've cut it is the end of the straight up part of my face and the beginning of the curvature of my face. Now when you're thinking of hairstyles, the roundness is where the styling happens, and you never take anything below the curvature and brush it that way, but you often take all the hair going downwards and push it downwards. So is what I've got the ultimate already? Well, apparently my hairline was going down, well, seemingly going down to here, and I don't like that downwards motion. It doesn't look right. I've got to come up, so probably half an inch, which means I need to make my hairpiece, compared to these experimental ones, narrower. Now I haven't got $1,000 or whatever it is to buy 6 new hairpieces. I know it's less than $1,000 in American money, but that's about $1,000 in Australian money to get 6 new hairpieces. And I really didn't like the crowns on these units, and I certainly didn't like the doll's hair of having unbleached roots, which can't. Most companies don't get back to me if I contact them about bleaching roots because they don't understand what it means to make something different. When people ask for custom and things, they usually ask for custom based on what already exists. They don't usually ask, during the manufacturing process, can you pause the production line and do the following? Bleach the back of the fucking knots before sealing it. Thank you. And do it until they're fucking invisible, so it looks like hairs are actually coming out of your head. Wow, novel idea for a hairpiece. Can you do that? There's just no response whenever I ask. The last company who did respond fucked it up completely, and they're not even responding in regards to giving me back a refund because it's blonde all the way around. Anyway, that would probably be too high. That half an inch mark might be right. If I made a strong stencil, yeah, fuck it. I'm gonna go and use your method of making a stencil, but I'm just gonna go buy some parts and wait a couple of days for delivery for them. I've got the Glad wrap. Right, I've got 30 meters of this stuff. Well, not anymore. We've got about 20 meters left. It's enough. You don't pull it too tight apparently, just fairly loose, but if it's loose it's shuffling around, so it's not ideal. I looked at heat guns and how much they could harm you if they touched your skin, or could you melt plastic, thick plastic around so it just molded perfectly to your head using a heat gun. Most of the shrinkable bags were not responding to a hairdryer. It needed more heat. So a heat gun on your head, that's not an instruction I should be giving you. So this is the one where I haven't torn the crown to pieces, and potentially on this one the crown is not as bad as on that one that I have completely discarded.
think that's the front because it's still got glue on it. I'm just going to put that on my head for now because I'm sick of walking around as a baldy. And I'm quite aware that I look better with hair than without when it's on properly. And when all of this grows out, which I don't really want it to because I like short sides, it will blend better. I know that for sure. But this perimeter problem is awful. I've chopped away half of this because it was exposed base for some reason. So this is probably now too small for my shave zone. By the way, despite the fact that I'm talking up here about shrinking my side zone, shrinking my shave zone laterally in terms of width, I'm kind of considering extending my shave zone longitudinally, lengthwise. So it'll be longer and narrower. Why? Why am I considering making this longer? Because I don't think that this ending here is going to be easy maintenance in terms of hairstyles. It might be when all the hair grows back, but as it stands, with hair this length, which is, you know, on the verge of starting to get to the buffy stage, my hair's behaviour, my natural hair, springs up and woofs, and it will not be as nice to brush and everything else as what I can get, which is part of a complete unit where all the hair is going to be exactly the same colour and behave the same way. Also, that's number one. Number two, I want my little tattoo to pick his little face over the edge of the shave zone. And number three, I want to be able to have a short hairstyle around here and just have the longer hairs from the hairpiece blend in. And number four, it could have been one as well, but I don't remember how I worded number one. In fact, I'm just trying to numerically identify these factors as on the fly. So, as always, give me a break. I haven't prepared this speech. So my hair is still curving at the end of my shave zone, right? Still curving around. The curvature sort of stops and goes downwards here. That could be about the, 9-inch mark, maybe 10-inch mark from the hairline to here. If I place an unused hairpiece, if I take a hair system and use the contour that is provided from the factory and just try to adhere to their curvature, then it will probably land in a place about here, and that could be a nice easy way to dictate where to place the edge of my new hairline. Unfortunately, I never trust that they haven't put a graduation, like a diminished amount of hairs at the front, because they thought it would be more realistic looking, because they've never bothered to do anything about the doll's hairlines that are sewn in underneath the poly and sealed in so you can't fuck with them. But also them chopping off the front lip of plastic that is sold with nearly all hairpieces, which provides no useful use for anyone. I don't know if they do that so perfectly that there's no exposed base along the front, which means that I have to crop it up gradually a bit each time. Now, when I do make the hairpiece shorter from making such an adjustment to such a thing, the hairpiece will shrink. It will also be smaller than any stencil that I make. But that's the same every time you chop off a bit of your hairpiece. It's no longer going to be the same size as your stencil. But then with the creation of the stencil and the chopping out of the hair based on the way you measured the stencil, the ideal way to do the stencil tracing is, well, like I said, okay, the ideal way to trace a stencil is to put the stencil on the hairpiece, which is upside down on the mannequin head, and then trace around it, right? You would pin this and the hairpiece together so they don't move, probably at a bunch of spots and just keep it locked down so everything stays together. And because this will conform nicely, with the curvature of the mannequin, and if you put a hairpiece on top, this material will still conform to the shape of the mannequin and the hairpiece. And then I can take it off there and put it on my head, and it will conform to the shape of my head as well. I can trace everything around my head, I can trace everything on the mannequin, and I can, you know, all that stuff. Now, these water erasable pens were pretty fucking useless, because the moment they even got slightly wet, they were fucked. Maybe the front tip sent a message to all the rest of the ink saying, fucking die, die, everyone die. And so they're all destroyed, all the ink inside. Once it touches a bit of water, it sups up and just goes as a chain reaction, destroys all the ink inside the pen instantly. So it's fucking useless. The chalk was so messy, I gave it away as prizes to my nieces and nephews. And now I'm waiting on a delivery, which is a retractable white eyeliner pencil. I don't want to have one that I have to fucking sharpen, and there's bits of, you know, sharpening timber around all over the place, and I've got to worry where the fuck is the sharpener. I want a retractable one. And to get one, I had to get one from the United States of America, as always. And it's going to take until August, maybe a week and a half away. So I don't know how even I'm going to trace this fucking new stencil until that arrives. But it's already been it's been several weeks since I've gone full retard on this thing, right? And I will have things to do. It's not usually that I have a month or more, but I have not much on. Hopefully nothing important. I mean, I've got to go to a funeral, so yeah, that'll be pretty important. So I need a hairpiece by that day, that's for sure. I'm not going to walk around like this and just a hat and say, top of the morning to you, and then get laughed at or frighten people. I will have something on my head for that day, at least. And there'll be other days as well. So I'll need something on my head. And it's probably, unless I fuck up another hairpiece guessing to do my experiments, I'll probably apply something equivalent to glue or tape to this to stick to my head. Like this. And then I will use styling product to really fucking try to brush away the disaster of the bad haircut. And maybe do a few more snips around the place somewhere. I don't know what's going to happen back here though. I feel like I cut too much away of that bad stuff. And there's probably a gap back there now. I can feel that there is one. Hopefully by then I'll have cleaned up this bathroom. In the meantime, I would love to get up there and undrill this periscope from the ceiling so there's no wobble, which would... You know what I really need to do is know what's happening at the back of this plate facing downwards. If there are a couple of screws or something holding in that piece of metal, that silver metal there, because that's loose on the plate. If it's a single screw, I could do it in. And when they advertise these things for sale, they don't show you the inner workings and the back sides of things. They just want to show you the front-facing part of the product. They don't show you how each component attaches to its other parts. So, but there sometimes are video reviews from people which are God-saving, so I can actually look when they accidentally film a bit that they didn't care about. That's the bit I really care about, and I could get some insight from that. So I'm going to go into Amazon, look up this periscope thing. It's like a ceiling mount. Now I know you guys would have preferred a white one, especially one that could detach completely from the ceiling, given that all my lights in here can easily detach from their base plates. But I couldn't find anything like it. I don't know why. It seems like a no-brainer. All that stuff seems to only be accommodated using things like table clamps and stuff, which everyone seems to care about more than ceiling mounts. But I'll see what I can find. I'm just continuing my research here. What I really want is some sort of adhesive film that
when it's taken out of its packaging, it just hardens over time when exposed to air. I don't want heat shrink. I mean, why is this so hard? Like, you might think, just get a plastic bag, put it over your head, just trace where your bald spot is and cut it out, you fucking dickhead. Plastic bags aren't, they've got a seam right down the middle. Why is that a problem? It's too flimsy. I need it to harden, not as much as this will harden, as much as a flexible piece of thin plastic would harden. But the problem is, if it hardens too much, it won't fit over both my head and the mannequin. So it's probably better if I buy something that's designed for a head, a dome, and then it will. And the thing is, if I make it thinner, I might even be able to use one of those like hair system holders or shapers, whatever they're called. They come in the box when you buy our hair system. If I make it narrow enough, but I still think it won't conform exactly to my head and to the mannequin, but it might if it's thin enough. I mean, it seemed to work with Jake. In the meantime, I will use the sticky tape method, sticky tape and cling wrap method. But I'm not going to use sticky tape. I'm going to buy some bigger sheets of tape so I don't have to go. I'll buy a million times. I just want bigger sheets so I can go flomp. Right, done. There are heaps of vinyl printable sheets with like clear sticky paper, A4. That's international main size of paper for everything. Probably not in America. You have your own thing there, letter size or whatever. But I'm not sure that it will wrap well. Whereas I know Contact, which is a major brand, it comes in a roll though, and I'd have to cut it out to put it on my head, and I'm trying to avoid having to use scissors. I just want to peel it off, just stick it on and go, fuck, that didn't work. Next, peel it off, stick it on, yep, that's good. Give me another one, boom. Add some more, boom, boom, boom. Then cut it out at the end. I know when you round a rectangle of paper, it's going to create creases all around the end. I don't have to waste a piece of paper telling you this. So should I get Contact or should I get printable sticky paper? There's also stuff for kitchens to protect splash areas and stuff. It depends on how much I want to avoid scissors and the price. Okay, check this out. I'm considering replacing my periscope on my ceiling with this thing. It is expensive though. But you can see I will be able to, get a ceiling plate with it, and it will use the 5/8 inch, so you can swivel it. That would be the ceiling where it would swivel. There's no real need for me to angle it, but I'm paying extra for that sort of functionality. I don't know why, because that would lock in place. I only want to go straight down. I don't know, maybe I'm just wasting my money if I do that. I don't know. To help me determine how high up I need to make my stencil, I need to look at men's hairlines and hairstyles. So, help me figure this out. This guy here's got the right indication just there, like straight across. It does raise up higher here compared to there, right? My hairpiece was going fuck, I don't even know where it went. Google used to be so much better, but this is Pinterest now. At least the pictures are bigger for you. I don't have to go and set this up, record the screen or anything. This guy's actually cut into his own hairline because he's got too much hair. That's weird. It's weird that it started there and went like that. Yeah, very bad example. So up there maybe, so we got a little recession thing.
hairpieces can't be cut that short, so if I was to do anything like that, I don't know. I reckon my hairpiece is currently going across straight through there. So he's brought it up by about an inch. That length is probably the minimum length to go with a hairpiece. It's doable. Let's go back here for a second. His is higher like that too. His is even above his recession, so he's cut out a bit of that. It's fucking probably one of the best looking models in the world. Look, that's where you would think it has to go, but he's gone beyond that. It's sort of cut in as well. I don't know what's going on with these hairstyles for these super well-haired people, but it looks like they're showing off with how much hair they've got by cutting in. Like even this guy, right, is, you know, once again cutting into his own perfect, like, growing hair. That's just insane. This is a new fashion I wasn't aware of. I won't be able to achieve these things. Look how wonky Justin Timberlake's hairline is. We want like 3 waves. 1, 2, 3. But you can see here where the hairpiece sort of would be cut in to go up there. So to grow my hair naturally to intersect with that, that's what I'm worried about though. I don't want the part of the hairpiece to be obvious. I want to brush down some of the hairpiece hair. And if I go too high, I can't do that legitimately. I would have to grow up my natural hair bigger here. Whereas if I keep it where it is, I can keep my natural hair all one length, and it will make it very easy for me. Which is starting to make me think I shouldn't raise my hairpiece width. Okay, considered one of the best actors in history, Zac Efron. He's got a very low hairline. The whole thing just hugs in, right? He hasn't got any, like, I think most of my hair is gone all around this area. It's a very different look, and also he's much younger than me. Okay, here's a nice clear example of where you could do it. Up. It's hard to figure it out. Alright, what's a hairstyle that I like? I like that one. You know, anyone with straight hair looks amazing to me because I've had curly. There's another guy with crazy cut in. What else we got? He's a good looking guy as well. That can't be achieved with a hairpiece. It would look like a matte rug. But he's got an actual massive curve which must sort of contour around. All this is gone from me too. From, I don't know, that's the sideburns, so I don't know. I just don't think from my sideburns I come in like that. I don't think that happens for me. I think mine sort of goes around and then, well, it peaks all around baldness really. So anyway, his forehead is small, it's not comparable. I need somebody with a big forehead. I think I must have a big forehead compared to these dudes. He's got a larger forehead. I feel like this guy kind of has a forehead sort of similar height, maybe, to where I put my hairline. His hair is coming in there, but mine was going sort of down on a weird angle like that. Because my recession, I think, comes over here and I have to meet up with it, so this hair's come in a lot. Now, I don't want to make my hairpiece come down there. I just want it to sort of flow, continue on. So it's easy, so everything's easy and there's no extra bits and pieces that can snag on a hairbrush. More larger foreheads, please, so I can see. This guy sort of seems to have a reasonable, sort of similar to mine. It's hard to see what he's doing here, but you can see where the hair flops down over the short hair. So my hair is about that length on the sides right now. And his, if that was a hairpiece, is pretty much
I don't know, it's hard to tell because that bit's in the way. I need a clearer division. That's as clear as you can get, really, isn't it? It's a complete separation of short to long. If he didn't brush it across, it would look kind of messy, so he has to almost do that. Although he might be able to get away with different hairstyles. That's much shorter hair. It's a smaller forehead than mine. But I think I've made mine... Yeah, it's hard to tell. I need to see apples with apples. Larger hair foreheads. I'm going to be spending hours on this, by the way, so I'm not going to be holding you up. I'm just showing you what I'm doing, okay? See how it all murkily blends together, but his hairline does go up. That's almost to the point of any further it would be a receding hairline. But it does go up, so that would mean that all of this remains something he has to deal with. Because you can't have that length here, otherwise it wouldn't blend. It has to blend. But this hair here can't be less than 1.5 inches or it meets. But you don't want 1.5 inches down here. But when it's up here, you have the option of having the hairpiece be 1.5 inches without it having to. Then I could still keep the short. Okay. Here's my new reasoning. Given that a hairpiece cannot be cut less than 1.5 inches, and because I like the option of short back and sides, the only way I can make 1.5 inches blend with this is if this is 1.5 inches as well. If this is cut to its bare minimum length of 1.5 before it starts going sprawling and never be able to be brushed at all. So, would I want all of this to be 1.5 inches at all times? It might be my only option, but I would have more options if my hairpiece started from up here, right? Because then I could grow this bit up here to 1.5 inches and bring it down shorter for the short back and sides that I want. So I could go and do that after the curvature of my head if I raised up the connection point of the hairpiece slightly higher by about half or maybe even a full inch. I don't know about the full inch because I want the hairline to just continue in. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to connect, I'm just going to place one of those uncut hair systems on my head, see where the beginning of the A contour naturally presses in here, although I don't know, it could be a C contour. I've forgotten the labelling protocols for contour patterns on Lord Hair's website. Whatever that shape is, they've done it, right? It exists on the uncut hair systems. I've got 3 left. I've wasted 3. This one I've chopped at the back because it had exposed base and it looks terrible and it doesn't fit me anymore, so what am I going to do? The other one, I've shaped out the back of the fucking crown because I was so angry at it and going, what the fuck is this shit? Get it off me. And so I pulled that one, ripped that one to pieces. So I've got no actual hair pieces now that will cover my shave zone, except for maybe this one where it doesn't go to the edge of the shave zone, but the hairs could flop over them if I'm lucky and nobody ever looks at the back of my head. I would always wear a hat with this current hairpiece, which has not been styled, and it was cut by that guy for $58. I'm never going to a fucking hairdresser again, as far as I understand. I am the hairdresser. So, if I want the option of having short sides to get rid of the greys and all the other shit, it has to contour up into a lot longer length of natural bio hair if I want it to blend, because you can't go
whatever this is, 1 inch, then one, you know, it's probably like, just to say this is 3/4 of an inch, then up here it would be 1 inch, then up here it would be 1.25 inches, and then 1.5 inches naturally, so it would just start getting gradually a bit longer here, and then the hairpiece could begin at 1.5 inches. The only way I could have that option to have anything less than 1 inch, 1.5 inches along the way down, is using bio hair, which means I should really raise my shave zone height here on both sides. So I will. I'll continue with the idea that I was pursuing, which is have a pointier, a pointier contour at the front. If we look at that exactly at the moment, it's going from here to here, but what I do instead is go from here up to there. That's adding a bit. I don't know exactly where, but I'll place the hairpiece on my head from. Sorry, I'll place one of the hair systems that have been uncut on my head, and then I will mark on my forehead where the new point is, where it touches this area, right, where it touches my natural bio hair, and I'll just put a marker there with some sort of marker. It doesn't matter. I can wipe it off later. Then I'll put one of maybe the other one of these. I'm going to throw them both out anyway on my head, and then I'll mark on there where the new cutoff point is. Then I'll do it on both sides, and then both sides, and then both sides on this as well. And then I'll cut that out. I'll brush the hair back after I've affixed it to my head temporarily, and I'll spray it. By the way, look how messy this cut was. You can see the Auschwitz tag hanging on for dear life down the bottom there somewhere. I can't see it at the moment, but there it is. It's just there. See? That means it was never cut straight to begin with. Although I think that's part of the trim where I was just trying to remove all that excess. So, anyway, there's a bit of work to do before I have a hairpiece again.